Okay, so we're going to pick up where we left off with RoadCraft. As you can see here, I'm about halfway through the last map in the game. But we did put a lot of effort into getting the infrastructure all wired up. And this says infrastructure requests completed. I've noticed with this, it will, like, if I cancel a route after completing it, that it doesn't seem to count up. So we're about halfway through both of our objectives there. I'm actually expecting this to be maybe the last stream of this until the first DLC drops. And like I said before the YouTube part, if we do finish this game today, most likely, unless it's like 15-20 minutes before I'd normally wrap or something like that, most likely if we were to finish way earlier, I'd switch over to Farm Sim. I don't anticipate we'll finish that fast. Like, I do think it might be one that we go like an hour long or something to wrap it up. But most likely we'll end up doing some Farm Sim, maybe some SnowRunner this weekend to work on the dare drops for Farm Sim, and SnowRunner just because I wanted to make the weekend like simulation days. And then we'll figure out what's going on from there. So, infrastructure. I've got bringing resources over here. From where? Up there. We've got bringing resources to the camp down there from... Those are the artifacts that are scattered. Okay, so we'll probably save that for last. And we got our main story stuff, which is, one is just to get to the pump, which we'll probably do because I've already been there. It just didn't count because I didn't have the quest yet. And then strengthening the pier, I have to get those resources from where? Oh, okay. Honestly, that's... because I've already built the road here and everything. That'll be an easy route to do. That's part of why I've been doing it this way. Oh, those will be a pain to haul. Okay, so we got really big things to haul there. Alright, so let's start with the pump. I just gotta get there. Where's my nearest vehicle that actually travels not horribly? Well, the mule's right there. How did I get over there? Because they've clearly explored this area already. There's not a road of any kind on this side. That's all drained out. That's certainly a climbable ledge. We've got that there. Then this is all underwater. Yeah, I could definitely cross here and then go up and over for that. But as far as delivering stuff, that'll be more of a pain. But I think this is like a one-time delivery. Okay, so first, where is our scout these days? I actually think the scout's up top. Actually, I don't need to worry about it. We got an area right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the Lynx, because I found that's my favorite of the scout vehicles right now. Oh, I forgot you're parked here. That threw me. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the thought of, like, between not having enough work and too much work is better than not enough work. I've definitely been there when I was running my own business and contracting and that kind of stuff. At the same time, it still sucks when you're, like, super duper busy all the time. Yeah, so from what I saw, if I go to the other side of this paved area, we take a right, we can cross over, and then there's a spot I can climb on the mountain. So probably focus on the primary objectives mostly, unless it's something like build a road. I also was looking at the achievements for this game. I have less than half the achievements for this game, and we're wrapping it up. And a big part of that is, like, there's an achievement for building enough bridges, and I've just found I have a preference for building roads as opposed to bridges, which has kind of resulted in just not nearly as many getting done. Yeah, so just gotta climb this area in front. Hey, Penny Simplex, how's it going? Okay. And that weirdly was like the sort of rockish music and then just sudden silence. Which the music playing has been the in-game music. I've not played anything but the RoadCraft in-game music since we started. Very genuinely, most of the time the RoadCraft and SnowRunner music's good. The, kind of the big thing we run into with the SnowRunner music is one of those games that sometimes the music just checks out for long periods of times. RoadCraft seems way better about it. Like you'll get a pause, but it'll be a pause for like 30 seconds to a minute. And then the next track will play. Alright, so there's the pump station.
Looking at this place, I must say I was hoping for better. On the other hand, I was expecting worse. So, it balances out in the end. Just a few patches should get it going again. Does a whole new backup generator count as a patch? Let's just say it does, and bring one from the logistics terminal along with some materials from the warehouse. As for literal patches, you'll need to replace the broken pipes in the pipeline supplying the village, and also find the replacement valve and install it. It's a lot of stuff to do, I know. But this should take care of all the water supply problems Northlock is having.
Okay. So we need to get the pump out of here. All right. That's still close enough to fix that valve later. Okay. And in side missions, we didn't get anything new. So all of these are delivery. And for a lot of different places to deliver to and from. So this one is going from up here to down there, which is pretty straightforward. We just drive it out, drive it around. Honestly, it's just that last spot there. I was gonna say, honestly, with that spot, it looks like you could just about drive a Wayfarer the whole way there. But I don't think we'll get that last spot with the Wayfarer. Yeah, it's definitely crossable, though. So, let's see... Do I want to... Because these things look like they're huge and heavy. So my fear is that the mule won't be up for it. Let's try, though. So I've got my mule down here. Because either the mule's not up for it, if its crane can handle it, if I gotta bring another vehicle up there, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so I suspect this is what's going to be a lot of the stuff we got going on today is just catching up on the move thing from X to Y, move thing from Y to Z, that kind of stuff, because we already put a lot of effort in the infrastructure. We'll most likely have a couple of more roads to build and all that as we find new places. But we've explored the bulk of the map and got roads set up to all the major routes. So now it's going to be just those little fringe things of, can I get this from where I need to the other spot? Not too much of a problem. I'll end up needing to run around and do all the pipes still. But yeah, no, I noticed I was like one achievement less than halfway through the game so far as achievements going. But like one of them was build 30 bridges and I built like 18 bridges. There was like another one for Like, they've got some it's not clear what you have to do. Which I have to figure out. There's one, like a lot of them for buying and selling resources at the construction yard, which I've done very little of. There was one about urgently needing fuel or something like that, so my assumption is you get that achievement for not having any fuel resource and then trying to deploy it to the thing that requires it. Those are pretty big. I'm still gonna try to haul them on this thing. But I'm a little concerned they're not gonna go in the bed at all. But that's not stopped me before. Yeah, this is definitely bigger than I should be doing for these. Oh, that's way bigger than what we got here. It'll probably be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Actually, it's trying to deliberately lay them wide across the back. So I'm trying to figure out right now. Is if what vehicle I would want to bring, because the mule is clearly not up to the task. Like, I might be able to get another vehicle to drop them on, but its crane doesn't have enough strength to move it. So what am I loading those up with? That is the question. Like, I can use the big crane to physically sit them on it, but what am I actually using to carry them? So let's go to our cargo ones. Oh, you know what? It's going to be the heavy vehicle transport. That'll work. So heavy vehicle transport, let's drive it up there. And then I'm probably going to need to get the crane to actually pick them up on here. I always forget using this as an actual carrier of some kind for, like, cargo. Even though it's extremely well suited for it. Yep. There's a good chance this will be the last RoadCraft stream until DLC drops, because this is the last map and we're probably over halfway through now, but we're about halfway through when I started stream. And with a lot of the infrastructure projects already done, a lot of this is just going to be getting resource A to point B. Still, I have absolutely enjoyed this game. We've gone well over 100, probably gonna be around 120-ish hours by the time we're done. So, I definitely feel like I've gotten my worth out of it. But it is going to be a thing of figuring out what I want to do next on the channel so far as getting a game to get properly into. I've debated putting up a poll, and I probably should have. It's just one of those things that even with, like, the consideration of the poll, like, there's a catch-22 with doing the kind of poll stuff. Like, on one hand, it's really good to get that gauging from your audience. On the other hand, realizing the people participating in your polls are usually just a very small fraction of your audience, because it's only the people popping on Discord and all that stuff. Yep, and thank you for the Hey, Doodle, thank you for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Get to the last 5 streams without missing one. So it's like a very small subset of your audience, which is still important. But on top of that, you know, you do have to try and kind of gut check, like, hey, do I think I'm going to really enjoy this game? Like, am I going to enjoy game A more than game B? Then maybe it makes more sense for me to play game A just because that, like, people will pick up on if you're not enjoying a game as much, that kind of thing. It's pretty straightforward and obvious. And then in addition to all of that, you do have to, like, kind of pay a little bit of attention, being like, hey, do I think there's going to be an interest for that on whatever platforms I'm making content for? Because there are just some games that there just isn't that interest there. It's not that we do stuff by the numbers or anything like that. Just, you know, if you're going to be doing something that isn't a short game, you got to be a little bit more conscious about that. Like, one-offs, whatever, who cares? Very, very low-key, I debated playing Played Up today. Me, my older brother, his girlfriend, and my wife all played Up yesterday on my day off together. That's just a thing to do, the 4 of us. Which it was Tomb and, you know, my brother's girlfriend's first time playing. And it was a lot of fun. We had a really good time. But then it kind of got me in the Played Up mood. But I think for content creation, the magic of Played Up is getting a bunch of people together and then playing with a bunch of people and, you know, the chaos that ensues because of it. And I'm sure if I took the time and I planned last night, I could have popped into with a bunch of the different creators I'm friends with, and I'm willing to bet I could have found some people who'd be down to play, but I didn't take the time to do it right away, so... Where is my... I've got the little crane here. Where's my big crane? You're way up there. And that area doesn't have a great route over, so we'll just redeploy it. Yeah. Well, no, that's just it. It's gonna be one of those things that 100%, if the person's streaming, if they're not enjoying the game, it can be fun as like a one-off if you're doing like a troll game or something like that as a one-off. That's fine. But as far as like any type of regularity for content, if you're just not enjoying it, it'll undermine your content. Like, people pick up, your patience will be way less, you know, you have like way less patience if, you know, people in chat are getting uppity, and so you'll be more likely to, you know, slap them with timeouts and bans for stuff you'd normally try and be a little bit more balanced about, yada yada, because you'll already be frustrated or whatever. So it's just like, and to be clear, I wouldn't put it on the list if it was something I felt that way, but still, generally, if like you're really vibing with the game, you'll generally make better content than if you're not. Yeah, Played Up is a lot of fun. Sorry. The big thing with the collaborative games and streaming, though, is unless like you have a very, very regular group of people you're playing games with, that you can just pop on and be like, yo, I'm playing this game, who's in? Unless you got that kind of a setup, you know, coordinating people does take a significant amount of effort. Not like it's a bad thing or anything, but, you know, okay, well, what time are we doing this? What are we doing? You know, and there's definitely times in the game, like in games, you're like, okay, in that game, like, what are we playing? Like, Played Up's not a problem because you just play Played Up. Like, there's different modes you can play and all that, but it's Played Up. Versus, you know, if I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be playing this MMO with this group of friends, well, we could be dungeon/raiding, we could be like doing like world quests, we could be doing RP, we could be doing PvP, like, and that is something we'd need to kind of agree to ahead of time. Otherwise, we'll tend to just waffle around and not really do something. You know, what time frames are people available for? And if it's one person, it's not too bad. If you start getting like 3, 4, it gets way harder to deal with people's schedules. Just because, you know, everyone's got their own times they got to worry about. It's one of the reasons I don't end up doing a lot of collabs. One is I do tend to have a preference for solo content. But at the same time, you know, I do enjoy collabs, and I do actually think it's good to do collabs for a whole range of reasons. Like, there's the business side of it, you know, exposing yourself to a wider audience and yada yada. But just the same, it's also nice, you know, to have a little variance in the content you provide your audience here and there to keep things fresh and all that. And doing the occasional collab can offer that. All right, we get a big crane in place. Load these things up. Drive them back down. Then we got to get a big crane down there. Take him back off. Okay. Because unfortunately these were just too big for the mule. The mule's crane couldn't really, like, I was trying to have the mule put it on the back, and I'm sure with enough fighting I may have been able to make it work. But it's just one of those things I would have fought forever, and then I would have gone to the other side and then still needed the big crane, so it's like, okay, I get it. Cool, that's one. Because these things are big. For those not familiar with Plate Up, which would be a little bit of a surprise nowadays, it's been around for a while. It's one of those games where, like, you have a kitchen, you have customers come in, they order things, and you have to get all their orders right and fast enough, otherwise you get a game over kind of thing. And then shenanigans ensues. So similar to Overcooked. The big difference between Plate Up and Overcooked is Plate Up, they don't do, like, Overcooked has like weird arenas where, like, you're on 2 trucks that occasionally separate and you've got to try and run the kitchen while these trucks are going back and forth and all that. And so, like, the map is doing all sorts of weird shenanigans and all that. Plate Up is more like a roguelite in the sense that what happens is you start your run, you get 3, 4, 5 days in, and then you goes, okay, well, you have a choice now. You're making hot dogs? Cool. Now, you can either A, have it where sometimes people will order hot dogs with sliced onion on it or whatever, or diced onion. So now that means it's another process you have to add on to the hot dogs that sometimes you have this extra thing you gotta do. Or B, you can have it where the groups of customers will be bigger now. And so they both have their own difficulties, and you have to sit there and go, okay, what do I think is worse? Like, do I want this extra process that makes the recipe more complicated? Or do I want it where, I'm going to be dealing with a lot more difficulty around the guests? And some of them get a little bit more exotic, where, like, you can only see the orders of customers while you're nearby them, or while you're nearby the customers, you can't move fast, you have to move slow, like all sorts of stuff. But it does create other challenges that you have to then juggle. Some random items are bizarre. You did a pizza place that end up having mashed potatoes as a side? Yep. And that means that you have to do all the stuff related to mashed potatoes. And some of the ones you get are just really rough. Okay, so let's see if we can make this work. Cool. That is another skill in the game, is realizing like where you should do stuff. Because like if you kind of block yourself into thinking of it like a real kitchen, where you know you should have the food in the kitchen being prepared and the dishes done in the kitchen. But very quickly you come to realize like no. Very really with this problem, like you know most of the labor is happening in the kitchen. Like with multiplayer, I could have the person who's taking the orders deal with the dishes because it's the cooking that's the bottleneck. So by making the dishes on that person, I free up space and effort. I did not see that there's that power pole right there. Can I wedge this through, or is it too snug? I think I can make this work. No, I cannot. Okay, just climb on through. Oh, come on, you're right there. We could just get over that barricade. I can have it back up and then drive out straight. Alright, except I'm gonna need to do this entirely differently. I was too focused on the road that I didn't pay attention to that power pole. Alright, Lardine, you have yourself a good lurk. So I need you to start backing up the road. Cut that soon enough. Being so close to all these pipes and all that's not letting me turn the way I need to turn. I think this will work anyways, though. Because we can use the tires and just let them spin to slowly circle it. And once we're through the gate, we just gotta drive down to where we drop off the objectives. Okay. So I could get over there. We do have part of this that's not cleaned up already, but that's fine. But I do hope everyone's been enjoying their day and all that good stuff. I know we got a little bit of a late start. Today's technically supposed to be my day off, but as well as things that me and Tomb went out, had like ourselves a nice lunch and everything. And it was kind of like, well, what do we got planned for the evening? And very genuinely, I should be going through a lot of... I've got a ton of like demo emails and all that stuff from Next Fest stuff, and there's just so many. And like I said, the vast majority of them, I pull up the email, I take a look and be like, that is entirely misaligned with my channel. It doesn't look good. It's got generative AI. Like, there's nothing about this that's redeeming. Okay, well, let me chuck that one in the bin. But you just get so many. I probably get like 8 or 9 a day, and like one of them will maybe be interesting. I do think for Steam Next Fest, this time around. I'm gonna mostly just try and keep my ear to the ground about, like, you know, the couple that look particularly good to check out, and not worry about playing a whole lot of them. It's just unfortunate there's just too many now. You just can't cover them realistically, not unless, like, that's your thing. And then, very unfortunately, it's been a pain point on the channel in the past that when I do those demo days and all that, it just kind of really, really hurts so far as, like, all the numbers stuff. Which it makes sense. It's very difficult to search for that type of content. There isn't a good way of doing it. Like, the games and demos category is too vague a lot of times. And at the same time, if you actually want to support the devs, you should use the actual name of their game and its category. But, you know, those unknown, unheard of games, people are just generally not searching for because they don't know about them and they haven't heard of them. So it can kind of help your existing audience, but as far as anyone new finding it, it's so few people. Unless it's a game that particularly people have been excited for. That's a whole different animal. Where's the road to get out to you? Okay. Yeah, so go to the next part where I've got dirt down, and we cut across, like, the middle of the dirt into the water. So it's just kind of a discoverability issue. That's this county, I think is the name. This county is one of the demos I'm definitely going to be checking out. This county looks good. What is that you're hauling? They're big concrete slabs for reinforcing a port, like a dock, against, like, water erosion, that kind of thing. So we're going to put them against the outside wall of, like, the port to protect it from being eroded away by waves and wake and all that kind of stuff. Okay. And it looks like we're going to be delivering stuff either to or from this area, because we've got one of these yellow doors here. And those yellow doors are where routes go to and from. So that's something to be aware of. So I might end up needing to put some materials down. What I'm trying to figure out is how I'm getting my vehicle there. Because I've got over there, I can use the heavy crane to pick stuff up. And I have these two, like, metal ramp things. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, no wonder Northlock wanted your help with this pier. I bet the quake didn't do a number on just this one, though.
Alright. So I already know I need to go bring the crane down. It's this county is the game I was talking about being interested in. It's supposed to be, like, sort of a Stardew Valley-esque game, but also the kind of game where you collect stuff and you sell it in your, like, your grocery, supermarket, whatever kind of store. So it's got, like, that Stardew Valley-esque thing where there's the town going on and all that. There's supposed to be a bunch of drama going on in the town as well. I've been deliberately keeping myself naive about the specifics of it. But instead of, you know, you go and farm and yada yada, it's more focused around you run a store, which that's like, the running the store is nothing new. That has become kind of a genre in itself where you get items and then you sell them in your store and haggle with customers or whatever. But it does sound like in this one they're going to actually have a lot more stuff going on in the town aspect of it. And I'm curious to see how it is. I've heard good things about the demo so far. That might even be, like, if we finish this game, maybe Monday we'll give Disc County a peek and then hop into whatever game we actually decide to do long term, because it is just a demo. So I'd expect maybe an hour or two is probably what it's worth content-wise usually with most demos. There are some demos that are pretty long, but most of them, they're relatively short. Like, actually, the RoadCraft demo for Steam Next Fest, the last one was pretty long. It's something like 3-4 hours. Which, for a demo, is pretty long. Yeah, like, there's, right, so there's, like, the Moonlighter running the store side of things. I don't actually know in the game how you get the items. I haven't looked that deep. But just the idea is, instead of just the Moonlighter where you go back and forth doing that, there's stuff going on in the town that one would assume that you get involved in. And that, you know, by being the retail person and everyone's coming through and talking with you and all that, you kind of get the bigger picture of things or whatever. That's my understanding. I could be off by it, because again, with a lot of games, they try and get enough information to be like, is this a game that sounds like something I'd be interested in? Yes, no. But also not dig to the point that I start spoiling the game for myself or overhyping something, like getting overhyped on something, or, you know, unfortunately, especially with a lot of content creators, and when they're discussing stuff, there are a lot who they just want to dumpster on stuff because it make number go burr. And honestly, I get very tired of that type of creator just in general. Like, not bad-mouthing creators at large, but there are creators that literally 99.9% of the time when something comes out, they just want to be incredibly negative about everything. Because engagement-wise, it just does better, because people who like the game will stop and, you know, engage with your content to be like, no, you're wrong, this is why you're wrong, all that stuff, and all that, you know, all that means more people hopping in, checking it out, getting you more ad revenue, yada yada. Makes the algorithms on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok, not Twitch, they don't do it that way, makes all the algorithms happy. And then people who don't like it, they'll be like, yeah, you're right, thank you for being honest and not just being, you know, being a shill or whatever language they want to use. And so it kind of does stuck, because it almost discourages people from being positive about stuff, unless it ends up being the one that, like, takes off. Okay, worried those were gonna slide, luckily they didn't. Or if you could play matchmaker with a potato farmer and a dairy rancher, and it unlocks cheesy potato chips. Well, that's that'd be a curious one. Like you're doing stuff and able to influence that. I doubt that's what's going on in this county. But that would be an interesting premise for a game that, you know, it's like Stardew Valley, but instead of, you know, you go out and start romancing and all that kind of stuff, if instead they take it from a completely different perspective of, you know, you go out and you can kind of influence who meets who, all that kind of stuff. I could see that being an interesting thing, that like the entire town changes based on what connections happen. There could be certainly interesting gameplay mechanics behind that. I had a game idea I was working on for a long time that it's never gonna see the light of day. And it's still, like, as far as the work, nowhere near, like, it's not something I could, like, release a prototype and be like, check it out, see what you think. It's not even that far. More concept than anything, which, again, ideas are cheap, execution's where it's at, so there's not much to say with any of that. But it's also because, like, I had ideas, and then someone else is actually, you know, who has the time, the resources to do it right, is working on it. Where did it go? Where did the plate go? Did you reset all the way back up there? You suck. Alright, I'll deal with that in a minute. I think I positioned it wrong, that it fell through the world, is what I'm guessing happened there, which that's the first time I've had that. And then because it fell through the world, you know, to make sure you couldn't, like, soft lock yourself, it just reset itself back to spawn point. The good news is I won't need to grab the carrier for all that again. All I would need to do is, go grab the crane. Let's try this again. Just trying to put it exactly in place. Okay, well that's 2 that I've teleported back, so now I do have to take the carrier. I mean, I keep trying to put that one in place versus going to the others, because if that one's going to keep teleporting stuff back, I need to get that sorted out. The other 2 will probably go smoothly. I don't know why they're not going. This is the very first mission I've had these kind of problems with. But that does suck a whole lot. Alright, so trying to set it down in place didn't work. Interesting, so it also teleported back. Alright, well, I'm gonna leave that there. You've got to go back and get them all over again. No, I'm not gonna fight with that. Okay, so I'll just redeploy it. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the heavy truck again. It'll take our other... crane and position it up there. That way if it teleports back and forth again, it'll be way easier to move stuff. But that does suck, because that means effectively redoing the mission. And part of the reason I want to do the one that's problematic first is because then I get 3 attempts at it to get it to stick per trip. Whereas if we did get to the point where I had done all the other 3 and I kept trying to fix that, I get 1 attempt per trip to deal with it. And yeah, technically just grab the crane and drive, which is faster. I think the 3 trips, or the 3 attempts per time would be easier. So I wonder what's happening with it. What we might also do is let's drive up here and let's exit and re-enter the save in case like something's conflicting or something like that. Like I said, this is the first time I've run into it, but it is a pretty annoying bug. Then instead of locking in place where it's supposed to, it just teleported out into non-existence. Which reset it back to here. We'll just do a reload just in case like something's got squirreled up in the physics or anything. It wouldn't be the first time a simulation game has had that problem. But let's get into position first. So the next time I'm going to try and keep it as very high as possible to drop it in place. Because I'm guessing what's happening is it's putting itself underneath the terrain as part of trying to lock in place, and when it does, it detects that it's like below the map and teleports it back, so again you don't soft lock. Because I'm assuming if this is a problem, like it was just a bugged mission, you'd have people screaming by now. If we do go down there, can you pull the dock floor piece out? Can you pull the dock floor piece out? When you're saying the dock floor piece, so the one that's already in here that we've already positioned, I don't believe you can pick up again. So like I can't grab that. And as far as like the concrete stuff over here, I don't think we can move. I've got stuff down in the water, but I can't move any of the actual like concrete that's already in the vague area. Like I said, I'm gonna guess it's just some physics being wonky that we'll get over here into position. I'll do a quick reload of the save just to clear up whatever's going on there. And then we'll see if it can behave. Ooh, can I get close enough that the crane can just drop it over the top here? That's a pretty steep angle. It's fine. I'm trying to avoid having to back the whole way through again. There's not enough room to turn around with this thing in there. But I think it's just something I gotta deal with. It's that I might be able to shove my way out there and pick it. Yeah, I'll probably push my way out to the right there. Okay. So let's take 2 seconds, not that's all lowered. And I'm going to return to the hub and I'm going to reload the map just because it's behaving in a weird way. And a lot of times the whole turn it off and back on again fixes a lot of your problems. Like I said, that's the first time I've had a objective that's actually bugged on me. So that's a curiosity. So we're not going to get our main big crane, we're going to get the old big crane. That way I have a crane on both sides if I have to deal with this. Especially since I already had the crane in its position where I need it. Okay, so we've got those three there. We can go down here to our base, grab the cranes. Yeah, we've got that big crane is already in position. We're going to grab... Oh, I forgot I even had this crane. We haven't used this one yet. I need to recall or move that vehicle just so I don't have the weird loading in without the texture each time. Okay. I'll try running down here. We'll load it back up again, drive it back over. And like I said, I'm going to keep trying to put in the problematic one first, just because that means per trip I get 3 attempts. Whereas if I were to do the other 2 and they went swimming lane, I had just the 1, it means I put it in, if it fails I drive all the way back and forth, put it in, if it fails drive back and forth, versus if I go with the 3 I can go try once, try twice, try 3, go back and forth, try once, try twice, try 3. If we do go through another set of 3 and it just fails, I will go on to other objectives and just keep moving forward with other stuff that could potentially block us from finishing, which would be really upsetting if that is the case. You can technically fully reset your maps. I'm gonna be honest though, if I have to fully reset the map after halfway through it, I'll play something else. Redoing all of the stuff I've already done because of a bug, I'd play something else. Which, don't get me wrong, like, RoadCraft, yeah, you would be losing 10, 15, 20 hours on one map. It'd be way worse on SnowRunner, like if you got most of the way through the Michigan map and then something got bricked and you had to start over the Michigan map, like reset it kind of thing. Very genuinely, that'd be, you know what, it'd be very, you know what, never mind this game kind of territory. Because again, totally fine when you have something go wrong and you lose progress because, like, you died in a game or whatever. But if you lose progress to bugs, it's a very feels bad man kind of progress loss. But yes, I think the plans are going to be, we tried to set it down along the side even before it got into the grade, it just teleported to non-existence. I'm going to try to keep it as close in on the pier as possible, and as high up as possible that turns green, and we'll see if that'll take. Basically, I'm going to try like moving it around to some of the extremes to see if I can't get to play nice, because I can't actually sit it fully in place, because it is underwater / through terrain, whatever you want to call it. And so even if we have it teleport away once or twice, as long as we get it, we move forward with that. If not, we'll work on everything else, and then when we get to just that as our only objective, then, like, we'll give it a couple of attempts, and if it just keeps bugging, then that would be a very underwhelming way for the game to end, would be, yeah, cannot continue, soft lock bug. Which, again, I could reset the map, but having a stream and a half, 2 streams into this map, Nah, friend. I won't repeat it. It'd be one of those things I'd probably wait till DLC came out, I'd do the DLC, and then maybe circle back and try it again. Okay. Like I said, my guess of what's happening is it's trying to teleport the thing underground, and I'm willing to bet they have code that says, hey, if something important ends up underground, return it back to its spawn point, which is a very common strategy and a very good strategy. But what it might be is because those things are submerged in the ground as far as they are, those 2 bits of logic are conflicting. And so it moves it down and then teleports it back because it's below ground and isn't giving credit for the quest. Which then the workaround would probably be that wherever that this is below the ground thing, it'd be just move it in that area. Or like disable that logic for a specific area or whatever. Be your workaround. But I would be surprised if this is a broader issue, because something like that, it was a common issue, you'd have a lot of upset people because the game would be literally impossible to finish. So I'm assuming it's because I did the one panel first versus the other, which maybe not that's the problem. We'll see. It could just be like things got squirreled up just that once physics-wise, like a piece of concrete was down there, things conflicted, and weirdness is happening. That's part of the reason I grabbed those big concrete chunks and I threw them a little ways away, is in case those were there, and I was also trying to see if there was something else I could grab down there that might be in the way, but I didn't see anything. So one downside of this crane is, while the treads mean it's going to be able to climb a lot of things, it's definitely slower than the other 2 cranes. It also doesn't appear to have anchors. Okay. And now just one more. The other thing you can try doing is just laying it down on top of the area entirely, see if it still teleports away. Or if it just lays there, or if it does take credit for it because, like, close enough. Okay, just get you a little ways out of the way real fast. Alright. So I'm going to try to do... Oh, your ramp's down. I'm going to try to do is where that valve is over there. I'm going to try and go through that opening in the fence. See if I can't make that work instead. There we go. Might run to some problem with that rock. What are you lifting up on, these front tires? Worst case, I still have the crane here. We can just pick it up with the crane. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just move it with our crane real fast. Okay. And the reason I didn't go that way is worried about the trailer getting stuck on that lip. That's fine, because we just pop over here, grab the front of this, drag it through that, you know, past that rock, and we should have plenty of room to turn. Not having those anchor points does have some pretty strong negatives. Because it is definitely not the one being... Well, that's not what I wanted. Alright, new plan. Keep it nice and low. I just do the 30-point turn here to get ourselves turned around. And we are on our way. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this in position, try this again. If it works out great. If not, we move on to other things, I guess. And then we'll just keep going until this is the last thing we got left, and then if we get soft locked on it, we get soft locked on it. Because unfortunately this is a primary objective, not a secondary, so it will prevent progression. What am I stuck on? So, putting these barricades in on the pier over there. The first one went in fine, went to put the second one in, it teleported it back to spawn, and I attempted 3 times with the last 3 set of barricades, just, you know, finagling them differently. But instead of, you know, you put it in the spot where it's supposed to be, and it, you know, locks in place and you get credit for it, it's teleporting them back to where they spawn. And there's not like there's an object in the way or something else that we could find that was causing it to fail. So we did a reload of the save real fast, just to see if like something got wonky with the physics or something in the memory. And now I'm trying another attempt at it. And then if that doesn't work, then like you could still fix it by resetting the map. That is an option. Do you think it's amazing at how old a game like Contraband Police makes 40-year-olds look? Oh yeah, I didn't end up enjoying Contraband Police. I gave that a shot, but like you'd get the contraband, you'd try and drive from A to B and have people like spawn directly in front of you and fight you, and it's probably better now, because that was like right when it came out, but I ended up really not enjoying the game. It's like a really, really badly done Papers, Please from my thing. I think it's probably a game that'll get good, but when I played it was just way too janky for me. You turn off road ambushes. Yeah, because it didn't even mind the combat aspect of it. It's like, you would know where the ambush is going to be, and they would appear around you, like just spawn in out of non-existence, and it was not fun. Because even like slowly walked up one time just to check, and you know, suddenly 10 things spawn, well, not 10, but like 4 things spawn right next to me, and nearly instantly killed me, because, you know, at that point I was just standing out there in the open. Hey, Cannon Hawk, I hope you're having yourself a good day and all that. Yeah, so Contraband Police is a game that just didn't do it for me. Yeah, that's exactly what it's saying, Felix, is if it does come to the point that it's soft locked, that I'd have to reset the map, like, that would probably be me just setting aside RoadCraft for now. Which this is the last map, we're in the last half of it, so that would be a real bummer if it came down to it. But, for stuff like that, I'd probably, like, literally, my plan would probably be just do something else for a while, wait till they have an update, see if they fix it. But, like, I don't know if this is just a me problem. I'm assuming it's not a widespread problem, because, like I said, it would literally mean you couldn't finish the game, and you'd expect people to be super pissed off if that were the case. Oh yeah, they're going to add female NPCs to the DLC they've announced. It was truly tragic how many people in the announcement were like, wait, you never noticed they were all male? Yeah. I mean, part of that kind of thing for me just took it as, you know, I played right at the very beginning of early access where they only had a handful of models. And so you usually take that as, like, these aren't the finished models or anything, it's just, like, the very early things. But yeah, the models were all pretty terrible. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not unusual to see in a lot of those games. Like, the really janky simulation kind of games, there's a lot of them, they'll have, like, 4 or 5 models that they'll just recycle a billion times. Which, you know, it's fine. Like, definitely in the situation of a finished product, when you run into that, you're like, alright, hang on. Why are there only men? Okay, we got in position. Handbrake on. Got this. Okay, grab the crane. So like I said, we start the engine. We got that roughly in place. I'm just hitting 2 a lot, seeing if anything it tries to lock to is anywhere nearby there. It looks like we're well past clear because the concrete chunks in the water I can't grab. So there's nothing that could be conflicting with its position. Or at least not that I can grab, and if I can't grab it, it might as well not exist. You did the anchors out, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to try and keep it as close to this side as possible. And just barely stick the edge to see if we can't get to turn green while keeping this as much in. One moment. Sorry. Keep it as much inside the area as possible. Because I don't mind if I have to go back and get like 1 or 2 more of these when we get this in place. Okay, so that does mean it's going to slam into that. Alright, so that shows it as being in place. And it took it. Alright, so we're good. Solve that concern about getting soft locked. Looks like we're good. Because I was really sweating that we were just gonna get soft locked, and that was just gonna be like, well, because that's always a really bad one. That's what happened. We did way back. We did a Stardew Valley run where we were running a couple of mods. I don't usually like to mod my games heavily, but we're running some mods that added a lot to the game. So we're running the Ridgeside Village mod, the Stardew Valley Vanilla Expanded mod, and they're really cool mods. They're like, add just an incredible amount of content to the game. But the first time I went to play it, the Ridgeside Village mod has its entire own additional story with like spirits and all sorts of stuff going on, and it's kind of cool. And we got like right before the finale of that story, and we got soft locked that we were supposed to put a bunch of items and it opened a portal. And we did the items, it kind of did the thing that like verified that I had the right items and everything, and they got locked in place so I couldn't move them anymore. But the portal didn't show up. And so like on stream we tried a whole bunch of things. We like looked up a script that was supposed to reset it so we could, re-put the items in, and we did, and it still didn't work, and eventually I had to kind of like call it. Cool. I'm glad that worked. Alright, so now I need to move some things to the pump up there. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly grab you. It looks like there might be a road to the north. Oh, that's never mind. I was about to say, it looks like there's a road to the north there. There is definitely not a road to the north here. That is just water. Okay. So this is where the demo ended. When we played it. That pipe up there, that was the end of the demo. So I've got these 5 things to replace up here. One's a side objective, one's a main objective. So I'm going to want the crane to come up here to move all these rocks and just huck them everywhere. I am going to need to get some path over here that we can navigate. So I'm thinking something like that. We'll see how it actually looks when we get close. Alright. So it looks like we're making ourselves another road. Meanwhile, let me vehicles. Let's go to the garage. I want to retain that vehicle that's just sitting there because it's annoying me. Alright. So, the dump truck. Let's go grab the big dump truck. That's not the dump truck. Dump trucks are here. Grab the big dump truck. But yeah. I've lost my train of thought with that. Yeah, so we got that all set up, so we're gonna need to work on that. So for you, yeah, so we'll just start on this side. But yeah, that was where the demo ended, was that spot up there. If you look at the demo map when we were messing with it, I don't remember the village was down here at all, but this ridge up here and that pipe, that was basically the corner of the map. As you get like right around here was like the corner of the map. And it went back up here. You had all this. We had another pipe to replace over here somewhere. Might have been that pipe. No, I feel like it's closer. Regardless, you had like a couple of pipes down here. This area was inaccessible down there. This area over here was inaccessible. It was like kind of... I think it was kind of like... This was the north edge, that was the east edge. And then like a lot of this stuff wasn't out here, and that was the west edge. And then this would be like the south edge around here. So it was a good chunk of like maybe a third of the map or so. was available in the demo. But as far as mission objectives, you had just a handful. Oh. Let's go ahead and set an objective just because. Alright, so unfortunately that is a bit of a rock ridge. This is probably not going to be a great path. I have an idea. So we're going to cancel this set. We're going to cut through here. Those fences should fall down. Something like that. Because I also believe up until that last little segment where it goes through the trenched area, we should be able to just dump sand pretty easy here. All right. There's just so much infrastructure to build in this map. And part of the other reason I'm doing this versus just trying to go for it is I have 5 separate things I need to move up this exact same area. And that's certainly one part of it. And then on top of that, I also have to get the pipe up there as well. So this is probably going to be a route I'm going to take for at least a good 3 or so trips. And I think that's enough to justify me taking the time to dump all this and make myself a path. Plus, you never know when it'll be like, okay, now we need to send infrastructure up to this pump up here, set a convoy route up to this pump. So the risk here is that spot up there is going to be super deep. So where I'm loading this way, we're going to get pretty soon to where I have to either have to turn the dump truck around. Let's assume I have to turn the dump truck around here. Okay. So try and go up this ridge until I got a cross right over there. Okay. Now you also have a bunch of boulders to clean up here. So when I did the demo, I also just muscled my way up the hill, because on that one, we didn't have like the cargo or anything drop off, it was just the one pipe, so it's just one trip. I think this time I am going to follow that route and lay down enough sand. But as you can see from the sheer volume of sand I'm dumping in there, and it's barely bringing that sand level up, that area is just falling into the abyss levels of deep. You just nose down and your vehicle disappears into the depth. Because again, this map's thing that occurred is they were working on a geothermal power plant, and the company was cutting a whole lot of corners, and eventually things went wrong. So there was a bunch of collapsing areas. When you're talking geothermal, you're usually talking some pretty deep stuff. Because it's like a volcanically active area, hence where you're getting the actual thermal part of the geothermal. Okay, there we go. And there's probably a spot you could locate a pretty good bridge here and make it work as well. Alright. Come on, just get enough grip. You're right there. Yep, so we're going up that way. You can see there's sort of ish a road there, a really bad one. Well, a lot of those aren't even boulders I can pick up and move. They're just rocks jutting out of it. That's fine. Yeah, so my thought is to basically make it a road up probably around this area. That last little stretch there and there we probably won't bother, because I got 3 objectives there. If we at least get it up this hill where it's the uphill part is sorted out, that should help with our cargo vehicles. especially how craggy and rocky it is. Because even our dump truck with the treaded wheels is still struggling a bit with this. So anything just trying to move cargo and all that's going to really not have a good time. Yeah, because right there is the spot I'm worried about. Once we're over that crest of the hill, we should be good. Okay. Because honestly, only a few, like, I was expecting it to get the crane and pick up all of these, like, loose rocks and move them out of the middle. But it's looking like almost none of the rocks here are actually loose rocks, just a couple. They got the one right there. Now we've officially hit the edge of the quarry. I'm assuming there's no more quarry area nearby at all. No. Okay, that's not great. You're stuck. That's fine. Okay, so we'll get what we have down here sorted out real quick. I don't need to pave it or anything like that. And I don't think we're gonna fight the whole way up, but we'll see how bad it is. Because I got a lot of stuff to drag up that hill. But regardless, I had to do at least the minimum of filling in those 2 trenches, because otherwise the vehicles would just fallen in and it wouldn't have gotten anywhere. And so that part will be done. It'll give ourselves, smooth sailing as much as we can up the hill. But we'll have to see what we can do about that last stretch, whether we should do laps with the sand to make it work, or if it makes sense to just kind of fight with the vehicles to try and make it happen. And as we always do, I'll go out one way and back one way, like back and forth one time, just to get the worst of the lumps out. Okay. I'm also curious, once I start smoothing this out, if we'll have a bunch of those rocks start jutting through the sand. We'll see how bad it is. Looks a lot like Death Stranding here. Yeah, no, I've heard a lot of people bring up Death Stranding. For me, genuinely, I never really watched anyone do gameplay of Death Stranding, and all of the commercials and advertisement and marketing around Death Stranding, like, it became a whole meme that it was a walking simulator. When from everything I've heard by people who actually played it, you know, a lot of it is about like fixing the infrastructure and all that as well. And that they had a whole bunch of vehicles and a whole bunch of stuff like that. And so it really does feel like with Death Stranding, they really messed up with their marketing, because, you know, it seemed like you were a delivery person who just kind of walked across, you know, weird terrain with, like, spooky things going on around you. And like I said, from my understanding, that is not what the game is. Like, there is certainly that element going on, but, like, a lot of it is taking the vehicles around. So it's kind of like, from what I was told for some people, is you'll go the first couple of times on foot, work on the infrastructure, get things set up, and then once you've got that in order, then you usually just cruise across in your vehicles or whatever. Which, just like I said, the marketing aspect of the game really sold me a different idea as to what the game was. So it kind of gives you an example of marketing well versus not marketing well. It still did pretty good commercially and all that, just because, you know, big name was involved. It is, from my understanding, a very good game. But, like, I didn't even kind of give it a second look, just because I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound fun to me. Walking across spooky terrain to deal with this. You were completely taken away by the stealth multiplayer part of it? Was it marketed with stealth multiplayer? Because I don't remember hearing any of that at all. Like, everyone... Oh! Like, so everyone working on the maps does impact it for others? That's cool. So... we could fill up the sand here. That's interesting. I actually do... like, for games that want to justify being online all the time, that kind of thing, I actually do appreciate the games that there is that kind of broader, you all contribute to the same world side of thing. I don't want every game to have that by any stretch. I do prefer a lot of my solo games. But, like, that you exist not in isolation can be very nice. Like I talked about, one of the features that I think would be nice as an optional feature for Farming Simulator is, like, everyone contributes to effectively a global economy in the game where, you know, more popular crops, the value is relatively lower. Crops that fewer people grow, the value is relatively higher. And you'd still have, like, a minimum and a maximum and all that kind of stuff, just to make sure, you know, it's not like it could just keep getting worse and worse until now you're selling wheat at a loss because it's impossible to go that low or anything like that. I wouldn't want it to be like that. It's more so that it would buff up crops that people don't tend to grow, so like the veggies and all that, making them incredibly lucrative. Because then for people who want to do that kind of content, you know, for the hours of effort involved and everything, they get a little bit more for it and all that. And there's like, you know, you get the videos about like, oh, this crop is the meta. You know, a lot of that doesn't really work anymore in that situation, because the moment that video comes out being like, this crop is the meta, then everyone starts producing the crop, and then it's no longer the meta. Because the market responds, as it were. It's like what happens with Path of Exile a lot of times, is you'll have your leagues in Path of Exile, and someone will come out with a video being like, you know, make 100 divinations per hour doing this easy trick. And they'll, you know, show you some mechanic in the game that you can make really good money, and it'll, like, genuinely be good money. But then the moment they disclose that trick, then suddenly everyone starts doing it, and all the items you get from that mechanic just get utterly devalued due to the fact that everyone starts doing it, thereby making it way less lucrative. Unless it's just straight up currency you're getting, at which point then it keeps working out well. But even then, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, people sell this thing cheap, and then you could use that to do this content, to then you get easy money. So now everyone starts doing it, and then that particular item becomes extremely expensive. You don't interact with other players directly, but the paths that everyone takes become easier, and by interacting with the bridges and ropes left by other players. Gotcha. The first time you trek it, you cross it alone? Yeah. I mean, that's a really cool mechanic. So there is some loose rocks up here. Okay. So you try that. Let's grab our dump truck. And that should get me about to the top of the hill like I said I'd want to. There is a chance the other part is going to be a little rough. We definitely aren't taking the Wayfarer up there. There's no way that happens.
Thank you, Marina Jimenez, for subscribing for 5 months. Another addition to Dad Game Collections.
And thank you, Marina Mess, for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Yeah, no, it is funny that, like, a lot of these types of simulation games get the, get kind of the impression of being, like, you know, the quote-unquote dad games. That said, there's a very broad range number of people who play these games. But yeah, it is stereotypical that, like, you know, the dad game of, like, you know, the old hunting games and all that, like Deer Hunter and all that, and the fishing games and, like, the wildlife games and all that, that kind of one of their main target audiences end up being the quote-unquote dad. Still, wide range of people play these games these days. Like, honestly, the person I know most knowledgeable in SnowRunner more than anyone else is Ultrasaurus. And she is extremely knowledgeable on that game. Like, I literally do not know someone who's played as much SnowRunner as she has. A dad in spirit, then? I can envision her being like, nope. Nope. All right. Okay, so we can go ahead and get the last bit of sand up here. I'm trying to get these rocks off here a little bit. I'm not gonna put a huge amount of effort into it when I could just take a crane and just chuck them off in a couple seconds. All right, one more pass. Just trying to level it out a little bit so it's not quite as steep. I was trying my best to just shove those off the side. Okay, so let's get the bulldozer out of the way. There's a chance they'll be needed up here. And let's get a feel for what we're looking at so far as moving stuff. I have a feeling they're not going to be a good time. But, okay. So, we've got the pipe up here. Well, sorry, that's a valve. We got the valve up there. And I don't know what we're dropping all there, but I got 5 things to drop off here, including a valve. And those are coming from down here, which is just easy as pop over there, go straight across, and we'll be good. Do you look like your large items? They don't look like large items. Those actually look pretty reasonable to move around. And then we've got... Yeah, so honestly, my mule is right here, which is perfect, because those 3 items look relatively small. So let's grab them, toss them on the mule. The mule can probably handle that area up there without too much of a problem. And that'll be good. And part of the reason I like the mule so much is it does have a crane built on it. So I don't have to do like 3-4 trips for everything of drive the transport, then bring the crane, then, you know, bring the crane to the next spot I need it. The mule can just be everything. All right. There's the first one. And then the next 2, I believe, were in the town nearby where we start our route over. So you just drive on down there, grab them. It seems like it's intended for this. Yeah, the only downside is the mule is going to struggle with climbing a little bit on that ledge. But I think it'll be fine. I'll probably have to low gear it and just fight with the rocks a little bit. We'll see. But yeah, no, the mule definitely was designed for missions like this where you get a bunch of small stuff or like one large cargo item that, you know, fits in the back comfortably, and then going on not so great of paths. But we've certainly used it for more than it was intended. I always manage to find like the one place in the map I haven't fixed the roads, with how many of these roads we've been patching up this whole time. And I believe we've unlocked all the bases on the map already. Actually, I don't remember. I want to say there was one base to the far north. I think we unlocked it. Like I said, so I think we're at the stage of like literally just, you know, driving around the map, collecting the things, and, you know, not selling them but dropping them off, and then just building roads just to accommodate that, which has kind of been the whole idea of the map. In this entire map, they've only had me pave 2 roads. All the rest were 100% optional in the sense that they would make terrain. They would be like, "There's really awful terrain. You need to get past it," and then roads were just the ends to the means of getting past it. But like, I wasn't told build a road there. Are we on the right route? No, we are not. I need to take that dirt road back there. Okay. It'll be interesting when I go to do the achievement hunting, because some of it will just be grinding up stuff to sell and everything. It'll be curious. Like, some of that'll be a little bit on the grindier side. Or for the matter of, they've got these like little toys hidden on the map. I believe you have to find and sell them all, which I did find. I think it was 3 or 4 of them, but I never did sell one. So that'll be something I'll probably do on my own time. Just grab a vehicle, start racing around the map looking for them, that kind of thing. Okay. And after we drop these off, I will still have the broken pipe to deal with. But you got a lot of broken pipes to deal with. That is going to be a non-small part of this. The good news is there's so much material on the map I shouldn't have to sweat it too much. Okay. Come on. There you go. And now I just gotta cross the map to the west, follow that road we just made. I just put these in place up there, and that'll be another objective done. Where's the music gone? It feels like it's been a while since we've had any music. Did, like, reloading the save tell the game, like, I don't want music anymore, get it out of here? Okay. So I can go and get these dropped off, and then it'll be probably the valve next, which I already did fish the valve out. Ooh, speaking of that, where's that valve at? Was it here that I dropped it off? It is. Okay, well, we're gonna make not great decisions. I'm gonna go grab that valve on the crane for the front of the truck to counterbalance some of the heavy cargo we've got in the back, since we're literally going to the same point, and that'll save me a trip. And what we can do is once we get up that ledge, I can just drop the valve relatively in the area that it's needed, do all this stuff, then go back and actually put the valve in place. Yeah, so you can see where I have the arm there and the valve just sitting on top of that fence. Actually, it looks relatively okay where it is. There we go. So we've got everything loaded up. Now I just need to go to where we gotta drop it all off. That'll be 2 missions done in one go. Is there like a make the music play? Controls. Is there a turn on off music button? Because the silence is deafening. No. What if I take the music, slam it down to nothing, then go to settings, and turn it back up. And then if it doesn't start, and we finish the mission objectives, I might reload the save, because driving around with like literally no music is kind of a bummer, because the game actually does have some pretty good music. Yeah, so up there where you see the columns of green on the right, we can see our sand thing. Is that music starting? Maybe it's just hearing an engine in the distance. Must have been an engine in the distance. We were passing the base. So yeah, where we would have been fighting before for like every inch here. Now we'll be able to just drive on up with no issue whatsoever until we get to the very top. And then I'll have to fight a little bit. So that's where the valve goes. Now I need to be careful. Oh, honestly, I'll just drive up there and do that now. The reason we need to be careful is you notice this is at a steep slope to the right. And I need to cross it. So you can see that the vehicle really wants to roll really, really badly. So I'm gonna try and use it as a counterbalance to help me out here. Okay, now I don't want it sitting all the way over there, because then it can roll me the other way. Okay, so for you, it looks like you can go down and around that way. We've got 2 things to go down there, and then these 3 things are going elsewhere. Alright. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Actually, does that way look better? Yeah, that way looks a little bit better. Guess we're gonna go that way. The reason I figured that one looks better is the other one's covered with rocks. And I could sit here, you know, put down the anchors, pick up the rocks, try and spin them out of the way. That kind of thing. And that's not a bad idea. This way it's more I just gotta climb past this terrain and go a little bit wider around. This way to try to prevent the roll. Just watching some baseball. I hope you have fun with that. Alright. Yes, I think the 2 boxes go in the big yellow square. The generator just goes right here. Alright. Send you right on over there. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Okay. Alright, so now you just drop these two in. Alright. So now we have to repair the pipe. Okay, so broken pipes up here. Alright, but before we do that, we're weirdly without music, so I'm going to return to the hub, and I'm going to reload the game and see if we can get our music back. If that doesn't work, we'll try, like, fully exiting the game. Because we had music, and then we had, like, this weird thing where I kind of got, like, soft-locked on one of my missions for a minute, so we reload the game real fast, and that did fix it. But I don't think the music's played since then, which is a little annoying. So we'll give it like 10 minutes. If we don't get music, we'll, you know, exit the game entirely, like fully close the game and reopen the game to get the music back. Okay, so I've got the pipe here. So needless to say, I will need pipe. Changing when I saw the about for the first time in a while. What's the difference between roguelite and roguelike? That could end up being a very loaded question, because some people argue that, you know, a very narrow definition of roguelike. Generally speaking, when you're talking outside, people have that very specific, narrow definition. A roguelike, or a roguelike game, is a game that between rounds, no progress is maintained. Like, literally every single round is brand new from scratch. A roguelite game usually have what's known as meta progression. So, like, you might unlock that your weapons do more damage, or that you have, like, new spells available, or something. That there is some progression between rounds that you can add. Some of them do make it easier for you to do future rounds. Some of them just have more variance. But basically, the idea is you can unlock things that change the game over time. So, a game like Noita would be a roguelite game, in the sense that as you hit milestones, there are more spells available in the game. Nova Drift to be a roguelite game, in that as you accomplish stuff, you get more spaceships and all that to choose from at the beginning. Or like FTL is a roguelite game, in that you also get like more ships and all that stuff. Whereas Project Zomboid, if you're playing a new round every time and not reusing the same map, that would be a roguelike game, in the sense that every single time you play it, you start from scratch. Like, it doesn't matter if you killed 200,000 zombies the previous attempt, you start exactly the same, you know, with no progression the next time. That you have to start all over. But yeah, so the meta progression is the big differentiator. But like I said, there are individuals who have a very narrow definition for roguelike, that it must be, you know, a top-down game that's turn-based and all that. But generally, like, the wider range of people in the world when they say roguelike, they just mean that every round you start from scratch. There's no meta progression. There's nothing like that. You play around, and the expectation that you're supposed to lose quite often. All right, so let's figure out how many pipes I'm going to need to be replacing in general. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 6 pipes we have? We can also check here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to assume it means we are going to be replacing 9. So let's grab, you know, whatever stuff we have that's got some good metal in it. I see there's another car over there. But I'm going to get 9 pipes made. I'm going to get that vehicle that lets me store stuff. I'm going to drive it up here and get the 9 pipes stored in there. And then I can go and take vehicles to ship them wherever I need to ship them to make that happen. Alright, there's 5. We had another car over there. I'm not sure I'll be able to reach it from this side. I'm probably going to have to drive around. Yeah, the game does have the idea of salvaging and all that. Can I reach over far enough to get that? Yes, I can. Okay. Okay, so I need one more thing of decent size and we'll have all 9 pipes. Then, like I said, we'll get that vehicle that lets me store stuff in my main base remotely. Oh, there's our tractor right there. Okay. And as the things I found interesting about this map is, like, the salvage yards all seem to have a really, really large amount of materials nearby. It's like we're salvaging 9 pipes and I haven't even, like, left this one little spot. Use the car wreck as a wrecking ball at the recycling center. Yeah, we'll do a lot of work with a lot of this. Okay, so we drop you off here. Okay, so that gives me the 9 pipes I'm gonna need. So in the meantime, let's go down to our base here, grab this thing, grab you, deploy. Okay, so it is the driver's side that it has the thing where I can put stuff in and withdraw it. Now, I don't plan on driving this, like, all the way to all the different places I need the pipes. This thing kind of sucks to drive. It's got the same problem that if you ever play Farm Sim and you have the articulating tractors and all that, that makes them really annoying to drive. It's got that same issue, except it's longer, which makes it even more of a hassle. But the ability to effectively haul 9 of an object instantaneously between point A and B to like any of your warehouses is strong enough to put up with that. It's, you know, it does have some very strong utility use. You can also redeploy to it. So far, I have literally yet to redeploy to these vehicles that use the fuel. I just see it as kind of a waste of money. They just don't have a need to do it. And a waste of money in the sense that, like, this map, I ended up buying a bunch of the fuel resource. They didn't give me, like, literally, I think 5 of that fuel resource I've actually gotten through missions, versus the other ones, they're all pretty generous. This is the first one I felt like I genuinely did have to buy a bunch. Okay, so the pipes are up there. Yeah, I think this left route is the cleaner route now. Yeah, as you can see, its turn radius is appalling. I'm sure by the time the map's done, we will need to replace all 9 pipes, but my intent on how to approach this is to kind of just roll on through as it tells me to do stuff, get it done. Unless it happens to be convenient, like we did earlier, where I had the valve wasn't the quest I was working on, but literally I was going to drive past it, so we just snagged it for doing it on the drive-by. Which worked out, because the mission I'm doing now, the deliver the object, I believe, was the valve. This thing sucks so much on its turn radius. That's part of the other reason I haven't been using these to redeploy, is both the one they give you for free and the better one. The turn radius is so awful, and their ability to, you know, traverse all sorts of terrain is so really rough that I just don't see much motivation in trying to use it for that purpose, because I could just get the other vehicle where I need it in less hassle than it would be to just get this wherever. Interestingly enough, also on this map, if you were just trying to do the achievements around getting a bunch of recycled goods and selling them and buying them, there is so much metal in that place. If you built up the road enough to do it with a wayfarer, that you could just do trip after trip and probably get hundreds of pipes or steel beams or anything. Because, like, just that stack of cars on the right there, that's probably 40 or so, because it's like two, three pipes per car or whatever, and there's a stack of at least 15 of them. You could easily knock out like 30 pipes in a couple of trips just to keep it, you know, doable. But you need to build this road up to be able to handle a big vehicle like the Wayfarer, which I don't feel like it. Plus, I didn't need to go that far to get pretty much 10 pipe already. What I'm going to try to do is, I'm curious if I can line up this thing's intake with the other thing's output. Will I be able to have it where I can spawn in the pipe and have it instantly put into storage? Because that would be the dream, where you don't have to like manually move them one by one. I believe the intake was on the front here. No, I'm wrong. The intake's on the back one. Gotcha. So if I have something obstructing it, it won't work. So let's see if I can do this at an angle. Oh, wait. I think that'll work. Oh yeah, right into storage. That's what I wanted. It was worth those extra seconds of doing this. Yep, get right into storage. Heck yeah. All day, every day. Alright, so we got the 9 pipes stored that we need. Okay. So, interestingly enough, I think that's gonna be really deep there, isn't it? It could be worth me just while I'm sitting here. Never mind, I already put him in storage. It's fine. We'll leave it alone for right now. So we've got our base down here. And I've got, that's not my big crane. Let's grab our big crane. Okay. So I have 1 pipe to replace up there, 1 over there. So let's just do these as we can, because they're separated out, so it's not worth me taking the time to load up like 3 or 4 and drive between them yet, because one's one way, one's the other. So we're gonna go over here. We can get our first pipe. There you go. Cool. And we're heading to that pipe right up the hill over there. And then while we're in the neighborhood, I'll grab another pipe and I'll do the one over on the right here. Even though it's not on the list of objectives right now, it's just right here. Okay, what's the way we're gonna take to get there? There's not really a great way of getting there. So this way I can't do. I could go over this way and up, which might be fine. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. So we're gonna cross the bridge, and right after we cross the bridge, then we take a right. We kind of follow the water line up to the pipe. Because the other way you gotta climb over the mountain, so this one will be a little smoother of a ride. So we pass here. Let's play this safer. The reason this is safer is now we're not as top heavy, I'm dragging it behind me. So the worst that can happen to it is the pipe gets snagged on something. And most likely if that happens, the pipe will just bounce around. So the likelihood of it causing me too much grief is pretty low. Plus, it just like snags in a rock, you can just pick it up for a second. Yep, so there's the pipe. It looked like you could just kind of follow this ledge right up here. That should get me close enough that I could pop it up down from below, I think. Yeah, I don't think I need to roll up that hill next to it. We'll see. Worst case, I can climb up there and try and come across. I'm going to try and just swap it out from down here, though. I think the arm is long enough. The arm in this crane is really pretty ridiculous. Let's just try with that before I end up getting myself in too much trouble. Oh, honestly, if I went around to the right, I could just drive up that spot. Okay, so the arm's not long enough to reach the whole way over there. I want to get a spot where I can sit it up there, not have it rolling around. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a turn here and climb up to the other side. And then with that, we should have a clear shot right on up. Ish. Maybe. Ah, too slow. It's fine. Okay, so I gotta redeploy it and drive back up there. That's fine. I do think we were in the right ballpark for it. I just needed to take that right path. I might even be able to take it to the other side of the pipe. But the point being, I do think the correct idea was to cross that bridge and climb the rock face. I also debated there, instead of shuffling the anchors like I was, it may have been better to turn the crane around and then just kind of push it against the place where the pipe went at a 90-degree up. Because that should have pushed me up onto the rock face more. And if I'm just holding the forward drive, you know, every little bit of traction just pull me forward till I'm up there. Either way, it's fine. Yeah, but for salvage, we got 2 more cars over here. Lots of salvage on this map. Okay, so right here again. Just I don't have to bounce a pipe around or anything like that. Yeah, so I might be able to instead cross over here, and instead of going up on the side of the pipe I was going up, go up on the other side. Because worst case, I can knock the pipe out where it's broken, and then just drive through. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Just go slightly wide over here. Wiggle back and forth a little bit till we get in line here. And drive straight on up. And now we've got our pipe. Okay, we've got that solved. Excuse me, there's already a boat in that port.
The local communications problems are rapidly moving up the priority list. But it's still far from the only thing we've got to do in a jiffy. The ship's arrived with the amplifier for the radio tower, so you can deliver that from the warehouse. And then we have a leaky pipeline. Oh, and survey the geothermal station that's the root of all our problems here. There's probably not much left of it, but whatever is left still needs to be properly shut down for repairs.
Okay, so I've got one spot to repair over here. Are you in range of sand? You are not. So this one is probably going to actually be a bridge we're going to build there. And with our supplies on hand, I have a giant mountain of concrete and almost no wood. So we're just going to go here. There'll be 3 concrete slabs there. And I've already got my transport vehicle right there for moving the concrete, so that'll be easy to do. There's not really a place worth doing that on that side. The rest of that looks relatively fine to drive over. Okay, so we look at our objectives. Side objectives, we didn't get anything new. They're all just driving stuff everywhere. And so far, all of those are like, here, you can have XP and money, which is certainly worthwhile. But I literally am max level, so XP is meaningless to me. Radio tower will be restored. So I am doing what route from where to where now? So plot a route from here, and you need to go down there. Alright, so we'll see if they can handle this without me paving that over. Well, without me having to deal with all that. If I have to deal with it, that's fine. If not, that's even better. There's the paved part. Yeah, so it's going to be just a matter of that one spot it can't handle. So I've got that. They're still running electricity, and then there's pipes. And so that's working on that. I'm going to teleport our crane back here, because it looks like we're doing a bunch of pipes as well. And it doesn't really look like... Okay, so we've got this pipe here, and that pipe way up there. So it's 2 pipes along the same route. That's when we just have the big crane we can do it. Okay, that's fine. This will probably be a tripper with the crane. Because I can sit there and do that. He's a 10, but he's max level, so can't be motivated by XP. Hey man, you gotta know what... When you're trying to hire someone... You can't just be like, but it's worth money. You gotta know what the person actually wants. If a person has more money than they know what to do with, offering more money doesn't really motivate. You gotta start offering, like, more vacation time, or, you know, a company car or something. Gotta change the benefits package. Or wood in your case? Oh, you do a lot of woodworking? We'll pay in lumber? I can understand that. I don't get to do hardly any nowadays. But I used to be pretty spoiled when I lived closer to the coast. With all the hurricanes, you'd have all these trees get knocked over. And we had a lot of people who knew a lot about wood over there. And so I could get wood that aged isn't the right word for it. They would get like somewhat exposed to the elements where it would start to have some of the wood replaced with other materials, but not to the degree that it started having significant like degradation of the lumber. So you get all these like cool kind of like greenish blue patterns throughout the wood and all that. Seasoned, seasoned usually means something else, but in that ballpark. But it's pretty neat when you get it. It's like, it's not aged. It's that it's had like intrusion into it, but not in a way that, like, you wouldn't use that wood for structural work, but for like making things that are decorative would. Oh, I don't know if you're long enough for this. Weathered? Weathered would have that. I do feel like weathered also means its own thing, but weathered is definitely on the right track. Your dad's work where he calls that seasoned? Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's a specific term for it, like when what I'm talking with, like where it has the blues and greens in it. Like definitely they're all in the area of aged, and seasoned would be in that same ballpark, and weathered be in that same ballpark where it could have that, but not necessarily. I just don't remember what the specific term was for where again it's had that intrusion into the wood. But it makes for really awesome stuff where you have like this wood base and have like this blue ripple through it. There's other ways to do stuff that's a similar effect that's not as natural looking, where you know there would be like a an area of the wood that they'll pull out and then they'll put in colored epoxy into it, and it gives a similar vibe while being an entirely different thing. Just means dried for year. Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about dried for year. This is specifically where the wood is effectively in the early stages of what would eventually become rot, but you caught it early enough that it has the changes in appearance, but late enough that there is discoloration, because that discoloration can be desirable if done correctly. I should be moving these rocks and not just fighting through them. But it's kind of one of those things, I can take the time to fight through the whole thing, or, for what I'm doing, I can just literally just muscle through it. Okay, so we're gonna drop this pipe over here where it can't roll away in the water. Yeah, no, it's 100% a cosmetic thing. Versus, like, seasoning, seasoning is, like, properly aging it to... It's a weather wood that's about to rot is wood that has been exposed to the elements for a long period, leading to gradual breakdown of the structure due to fungal growth and decay. Gotcha, okay, so weather wood is appropriate. Cool. Yep. Well, it wasn't the beta, but yeah, the demo version. Yeah, this is the last map in the demo version. But we only had access to maybe a third of the map in the demo. Yeah, so weather would be correct then. Alright, so we will retain it and deploy it. So our next stop is that pipe up there. And then these two over here we'll probably want the mule for, and then all that up there we will want something else for. Alright, but let's look at this route. Where did you get stuck? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. What vehicle are you sending? Yeah, alright, so we're gonna have to fix that correctly. Because you can see it's barely getting in there and already getting stuck. That's fine, that's not unexpected. So let's go grab our dump truck. Spalting. That's the word. That's the word I was trying to think of, was spalting. And again, that might not be the correct term for it. That's when I was in school for material processing tech, which is a big bunch of fancy words for wood shop. That's where I kind of learned about it. The teacher ended up being my neighbor later on in life and did a bunch of stuff together. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I should actually check. I'm willing to bet he's not around anymore. I know he was having some health problems and I haven't checked on him in a long time. Age is mean. Alright, so this is the spot I need to patch up real fast. And I mean, even when he was my teacher, it's not like he was young. He was late 60s. If he's still around, he's going to be like on that 90-year-old fence. No, wait, that's not right. Yeah, no, he'd be in that, like, probably mid to late 80s, early 90s, somewhere in that area. Probably not quite 90. And one of the unfortunate things of a lot of that work, doing a lot of the manufacturing, woodworking, all that kind of stuff, you get exposed to a lot of stuff that unfortunately people in those professions don't tend to be long-lived. Breathing all that crap in gets to you. That said, he was also someone who was very adamant about making sure he had like a very good vacuum setup for the wood dust because he knew that caused all sorts of lung problems and all that. He was a very cautious person with a lot of that, so who knows? But yeah, if you do a lot of woodworking, very, very, very genuinely... That's not the one I want. Get this crap out of here. What are you doing? Retain. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Give me a real bulldozer. There you are. There's no queue or giveaway going on right now. We gave away all the copies of RoadCraft I had to give away last stream. As well as the SnowRunner Expedition. So there's no giveaways going on today. I don't generally do giveaways very often on the channel. But yeah. Dad wears a mask? Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, you don't need to go super over the top, but fine wood, honestly, fine anything dust is real bad for you to breathe. And that's your concern with woodworking. Very fine wood dust, you breathe it in, and like you have a high frequency of stuff like pneumonia and all that because it just gets into your lungs, and then bacteria grows on it. That's not good for you. Bacteria growing in your lungs is definitely a no bueno. So yeah, wear your stuff like masks, use your vacuum setup. If you don't have that, you know, be in a well-ventilated area, like do it outside, and even then still wear your mask. Anytime you're dealing with lots of wood dust. Wear your safety glasses. I keep a pair of safety glasses at my workbench in the garage that one of the lenses has a big gash out of the middle of the safety lens where a knot got caught by my wood lathe and chucked it into my, like, I would have lost my eye, but just smashed the glass, like, it hit the glasses hard enough to knock them off my head, and, you know, the impact glass of safety glasses just really, really gashed into them deep. That'd have been, like, a perfect shot right into my eye. So your tech with the electron solder, same way you gotta wear your hazmat. Yep. You only get one body. It's not that you need to be like a perfect angel to it and all that. Like, there's a certain amount of pragmatism. But, you know, if you're doing something that you should wear gloves, wearing gloves is not that big a deal. I honestly, any time I'm doing work that doesn't require extremely fine work, I'm almost always wearing gloves. I got a whole bunch of gloves that have gashes out of them that protected my fingers from getting cut real bad. Not that I've never cut up my hands doing stuff. That has certainly happened at different points. It'll always be that one time I'm not wearing my gloves that I get caught by something. Okay, so let's try that route again. Now we've planned all that out. That corner might be no good. I might have to go a little wider. Like, I won't need to flatten it. I might just need to adjust the route to go to this edge and then turn. Nah, you got it. That should be fine. That should be fine. That should be fine. That one's a little dodgy, but it'll probably be okay. That's all fine. We'll see if this area is a problem. It probably will be. If I gotta deal with it, I gotta deal with it. And then this, I think, will be fine. We'll see. Okay, so objectives. Oh wait, we weren't doing objectives. I was grabbing the crane. And then we had another pipe up there, which I don't believe is my current objective pipe, but it's between me and my current objective, so if I'm going to literally roll past it, let's shove a pipe in. But yeah, no, I like the tank style bulldozer a lot. It's just really easy to plan things. Table saw, yeah. Yeah, the way I always approached it when I was, you know, helping people learn certain tools and all that, usually the way it was is like, one, you should never fear a tool. If you fear a tool, you're gonna flinch, you're gonna do whatever, you're gonna hurt yourself. Like, you gotta get past fearing the tool. But you should respect a tool. Like, table saws, they literally use those in meat processing places to cut meat. You're made out of meat. It will absolutely cut you up if you don't be careful with it. And that's not saying that, you know, your dad wasn't careful, whatever. But it is those things about, you know, being well aware, you know, you don't just take it lightly. If you ever find yourself rushing and not being careful, it's time to stop using that tool till you get in the right headspace. Which it's easy to do that when you're working on a project and getting frustrated when, you know, you cut something, but someone measured it wrong, so now you gotta cut it again, and now this other thing's not right, and you gotta go back and forth, and it's inconvenient. So you start rushing, and that's when things get bad. But it's definitely to respect it. Take the time to learn how to do it safely. We did it for years, just got too comfy. Yep. It's easy to do that. That's again the respecting the tool. It's easy to get complacent where you're like, man, I've done this 1,000 times, I'll do it 1,000 more. And you have that one time you cut a corner, or you're just not being that careful, or, you know, you're not being as aware as you should be, and then you get hurt. Couldn't find a push stick? Yeah, that's no good. Let's see, you need stitches after an accident with a meat slicer. Once when you're working at deli irony. You didn't hurt yourself on the blade. You were cleaning and whacked the back of the hand against the arm the meat sits on and split your knuckle bad enough to need the stitches. That is... Like, that's, when you look, for example, at a table saw, the thing you would think is you'd look at it and be like, oh man, you know, you got this big spinning blade, that probably hurt, like, a lot of people get hurt on that, don't they? And yes, they do. But that's actually not where most people get hurt with table saws. Kickback's what hurts most people on table saws seriously, which is where the blade catches something, and either you're not gripping it right, or you've got a bad angle on it, or whatever. But the actual thing you're cutting gets thrown back at you. And yeah, that can do some serious damage. And the worst thing is, it's the little stuff that's the scary stuff with that. Not only because of higher frequency of getting kickbacks, but if you take like a big piece of plywood or something and you get a kickback, you're probably not actually going to get that much speed or force out of it, just because it takes a lot to get that moving. Versus if you got like a really thin like shim piece or whatever and it gets grabbed, it can whack that and you can send that thing going back like a bullet at you. And the worst I've seen, it was one of the things that, you know, that guy I was talking about who, you know, I ended up living nearby him, who used to be like my woodshop teacher and all that, and then, you know, we became friends outside of school and all that, neighbors and whatnot. He had a picture from one of his buddies where it took a shim and it literally put it right through his arm. Just like a little thin piece of wood, like right through the middle of his arm. He had to have like surgery and everything. So kickback is terrifying. Yeah, now if you got hit in the gut and you didn't get seriously injured, it's probably something bigger. Which will still, we had a kid in one of my classes who did like mixed martial arts stuff, got hit with a kickback from a pretty big piece of wood, laid him out, didn't get seriously injured, didn't need like stitches or whatever, but they carted him off to the hospital with like the pneumonia pads to keep the swelling down, you know, and held him for observation. It was like, it's enough force that it could break ribs and all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
While preparing to shut down the geothermal station, we better do something with its water supply. After all, there's nothing wrong with some mineral water now and then, but not when it's boiling hot and flooding the place, unless you're into that sort of thing. So, let's just redirect it to an emergency drain pipeline. Finding the spare valves and installing them at the central distribution substation should do the trick. While you're at it, you could fix the pipelines connecting the two power stations and the machine yard. Oh, and we'll also have to compensate for the geyser station being offline, which means freeing some space around the main power substation and connecting it to the backup transformer station by cable. Did you get all that? Of course you did.
Alright, so unfortunately it does look like this thing got right to this area and then immediately got stuck. I'm going to try and scooch it around the edge of that so it doesn't get in like the worst of the mud, but I don't think that's going to help that much. But there's a good chance I'm going to have to get the sand and lay it down along here. As you can see, it's spinning its tires trying to climb. I'm hoping it can just eke out around the edge here. Yeah, so I might need to lay sand just to get to go right. Yeah, we're gonna have to lay sand. Alright, well the good news is we are right here. Let's just do it. The downside is, unfortunately, that spot is not in the radius for the sand. So I'm gonna have to do these things where I drive, put down a load, drive back, get more sand, that whole shebang. Granted, the good news is I don't need to lay down a lot of sand. I need just enough to have it not be sand over there. Yeah, because there was this patch here they got by, which honestly I'm a little surprised by. But they did get through this patch. They got to the other end of that road, and then that's where they got stuck. I guess this seems to be pretty packed down. It's the sand cartel. They've cornered the sand market. That was perfect. That's the way you want to go, is one dump, getting that huge long line going. Because again, I don't need to build it up much. I just need just enough sand that the sand is at the top of it, because then they won't sink into it. Yeah, I've been fortunate that I've never seriously hurt myself in any of my woodworking, car working, power tools, that kind of stuff. Like, and I've done tons of it, but I've always been a very careful person because I've seen how many people get hurt just having that one moment of lapse of judgment that kind of learned through their mistakes and all that. Definitely, like, banged a lot of knuckles and got a lot of minor cuts and stuff like that, though. A lot of, especially the auto working. The auto working, man, the number of bruised knuckles I got out of that. Let's see. High school shop class made you take the SAFT course 3 times. I have no idea what the SAFT course is. The way our, you know, again, the name of the course is Material Processing Tech, but it was wood shop. We did a little bit more than that. We had like a metal lathe, but it was mostly wood shop. And the way that usually worked is you had like a practical and a written test for every machine. And so you'd go machine to machine and you do your written test, basically that you, at least on paper, knew what the heck you were doing. And then after you did that, you would go up to the machine and you'd have the teacher there with you. And, you know, like the first time he'd kind of show you, like at the beginning of the course, like how you use the machine and all that. But before he would let you just kind of work on stuff without, you know, hovering over you the whole time, you had to kind of demonstrate that you could do the whole thing start to finish without him being there being like, hey, you need to do that, hey, you need to do this. And he would still be in the room the whole time keeping an eye on things. But he needed you to be at least that level because he couldn't keep a close eye on every single student at every single moment. I can't imagine the stress that teacher was under. With that many teenagers running around being dumb and all that, having to make sure they all stayed safe, and if something went wrong, I'm sure it'd be a whole thing. And even if you do everything correct, sometimes things happen. Said you don't have the end of your index finger from having your finger on the side of a revolver. Revolver. Like when someone says revolver, I think of revolver like handgun. So it doesn't make sense to me, but it could be just, you know, different terms for different things, that kind of thing. Yeah, with the wheel. Gas escaped around the revolver? Oh, so, like, burned you real bad? Because I could only, like, In my brain, because this is not a thing, like, again, I'm not a gun expert or anything, my brain makes me think, like, the mechanics of getting pinched would be your main concern, but, again, it blows out the side of the wheel. Like, yes, gotcha, I would have not, like, I wouldn't have thought you could lose a finger doing that, but still. That's my own not knowing, not anything about reality. Physics is your friend and your worst nightmare. The difference between good physics and your body is moosh is not a large not a wide range. There's a lot of force coming out of that. Yeah, no, I'd imagine. It's just not a thing I had ever thought of before. Like, I mean, I knew firearms had a lot of power behind them. I just never thought of, like, you know, with the revolver, the area around the actual revolver component being an area that there'd be a lot of force involved. It makes sense. It's just not something I ever thought of before. Yeah, that's why it's really good whenever you're dealing with any type of piece of equipment. Let's see, Mythbusters did an episode just trying to test whether the gas in the cylinder gap of the revolver could sever a thumb. I'm guessing the answer was yes, based on context. It did. Yeah, I was gonna say, based on the fact that people mentioning, oh yeah, I was missing a chunk of my finger, I'd be like, well, if someone's missing a chunk of a finger, like, sure, maybe it's in that exact precise medium spot where it's just enough to sever a finger, but not quite enough to sever a thumb, but it'd be highly unlikely. Alright, and that yellow building right there is where we're trying to get to. Is it 38? Yeah, that's not an uncommon one for a revolver. 38 and 38 special is pretty common. Common one for people who are not trying to compensate for something. All right. Because that was always the one that got me, is the people who were running around, not running around, I'm exaggerating, people who had to have, like, it's like, oh no, I need a raging bull, or whatever the heck the big revolver was. You know, for personal defense, like, that is incredibly stupid. It's like you'd be like, I want it for my collection because collection. Sure, whatever. But, like, for personal defense, where are you gonna put it? $45. You're gonna put a hole in both your car doors? But yeah, that was always the big thing of some of those ones. It's just like the giant one. You're like, you know, even if you're using it in self-defense, you can, like, unless defense against air, but even then, instead having a weapon that, like, a different type of ammunition is still your better choice. Carrying it for hunting bears and wolves and all that? Yeah. Well, no, but like 38 is a very practical one. If you're hunting bears with a revolver, send help. Now, having it with you in case a bear shows up, sure. Yeah, and I was referring to the Raging Bull, which I believe was a 50 caliber pistol? Revolver? It's either 50 or 45. Basically, it's like you wanted an anime revolver. It's like this long, it's like that tall. It's seriously like, dude, you just took a rifle and you just like cut the end of the barrel out and just gave it the form factor of a revolver and went like this. Without any consideration to any reason whatsoever. As you grew up listening to your mom and dad's story about a college buddy who decided to show off his 357 Magnum and smashed his face with the recoil, firing in one hand and died, eek. I did know someone who broke their nose. I don't remember what. I think they were firing a shotgun one-handed or something like that and broke their nose. They didn't die or anything. But they were someone who was a bit of a gun nut for a while in their life, and then later on kind of switched to the other extreme of being like, yeah, actually we should not have these available. Mostly because he hung out with people and realized the other people he was hanging out with and went, hang on a second, these other people also have these? Wait, I've changed my mind. Which is not an uncommon path, where you get with some, like, people who are, like, really over the top and you're like, wait a second, hang on. Maybe there should be some rules around this. But you've seen too many people. Well, that was the one, like, what was it? Call of Duty Modern Warfare, I think it was, where you could, like, dually the Desert Eagles. And you're sitting there going, you're not dueling, what is it, a 45 caliber? It's like you're not dueling those and firing off more than a couple rounds before your wrists are just ready about to snap. Let alone are you doing anything meaningful with it. Or I think they had, didn't that also have like the, oh, what was the shotgun? They had the shotgun where you had to, like, you know, pump it like that. And your character would, like, flip this and, like, flip that and then, like, dually that. And you're like, you're not doing that one-handed. Are you, like, this isn't even a matter of, like, how tough you are. You're gonna, like, flip it up and then try and push the recoil thing. And just the mass of that recoil spring versus the gun is gonna pull the gun back into you. You're not gonna do anything with it. It's like, don't get me wrong, it looks cool for the video game. But that's just absurd. I think one more will do it. There's a little bit of water right in front of it. But, that area right there, I don't believe I can lay down sand. Yeah, the dual sawed-off shotguns. Yeah, I also... Those were the weapons I hate in the game because they were pretty... Like, I liked to run in and be a close person with that, but those, like, dual shotgun things were just kind of weird and silly. Yeah, no, the comment wasn't about even the firing the shotgun. It was in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. There's a style of shotgun where you hold it, and then when you go, you have to, like, take the spring and pop it. Or was it down like this? So, you know, you'd fire, and then you'd spring it down and back up to, you know, set the next round and all that. To clear the chamber, put in the next round or whatever. But the animation, you're holding them like this, you got two of them. And so you fire it, and then you spin it around in your hand with, like, your hand on that spring thing. And you're just like, no. No. All you're gonna do is whack, like, the meat of your arm when you go to swing the spring, and then it just pulls the butt of it back into you because the spring actually has tension on it. You think Tomb Raider, her dual Desert Eagles? Yeah, that's been a common one in a lot of games. I think Lara Croft had that in Tomb Raider. And you know, you had what was the one from Red Alert 2? The lady who you run around, she's like, "Want some of this?" ah, like that lady. Like, she would also run around with her dualies. Which that was also a weird one, that she'd walk up to an entire enemy squad and drop all of them with her dually pistols. And it's like, it's fun video games, like they shouldn't have gotten rid of it. But if you have to have a, yeah, Tanya, you have to have a very, very high suspension of disbelief, being like, okay, on one side I've got like 20-something trained soldiers. On the other side, I've got Tanya with her 2 Desert Eagles or whatever they are. And that she wins that fight in wide open terrain. You're like, I'm sorry, no. Even if these are some really green soldiers, if they know how to point a weapon even relatively in the right direction, they're gonna win that fight. Yeah, or like the stuff you see in Terminator, where they fire the shotgun and it goes like that with one hand to like just lift up in the air and like use the mass of the gun to do it. It's like, I'm sorry, no. Yeah, 7 rounds per gun. Well, that's the thing. Like, she's got a reload animation, but it's basically instantaneous. And I think it's more like an idle animation, not anything. Otherwise, you just hear ta 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 ta, and everything dies. Which, again, totally fine. It's a video game. Who cares? But it's definitely one of those ones where, you know, when people start arguing about realism, and then they go like, oh yeah, like Red Alert, and you... That's not the vehicle I need to redeploy. 1 second. So let's go ahead and retain that to get it out of the way. And that's the one I need to redeploy. There's a high level of suspension of disbelief that goes in there. Like, the idea of making these giant weaponized Tesla coils. Oh yeah, and time travel. Granted, to be fair, I've not had anyone be like, oh, the realism that is Red Alert 2. That is not a game I've had called out for realism. But there's been a number of games that people are like, oh, it's so realistic, and you go into like, nah, let's sit down and actually dissect the stuff that they deliberately make not realistic to make the game fun. And usually it's Tarkov is the one I hear more than anything, Escape from Tarkov. But you stole this color scheme for your Fleet Star, orange and black? Well, that's because orange is just the right color. And they'll be like, it's super realistic. It's like, nah, man, you just got winged by a shotgun. Do you know what you're not doing? You're not standing up and limping away all the way back home. Like, if you got properly winged by a shotgun that your leg's broken, you're getting someone else to save you. Because in real life, you just blacked out in pain. And that the real experience would be you sitting there listening to your character scream at the top of their lungs, then blacking out, maybe not coming to, dragging themselves slowly across the ground, and then screaming in pain again and blacking out again, and spending the next 3 or 4 in real life hours slowly dragging yourself to the edge of the map, and then not being allowed to play your character for, you know, a good couple of months to forever because their leg is ruined. And then they're no longer able to do the things they need to do for Escape from Tarkov. You think we played this in Medal of Honor? Escape from Tarkov realism. Lip balm lets me silently do surgery on yourself in this bush. Yeah, like the whole, like, you just stick your limb with whatever and you're just back in action. You're like, hang on, wait a second. That's not how this works. But yeah, but I mean, that's the whole point. Like, realism for the sake of realism has lots of negative effects on games. But you even, like, the most realistic games, they, you know, they're like, realism's our top priority. There are lots of places they deliberately kind of hand-wave realism because it would suck and not be fun. And it's not that realism is inherently bad within itself. It's just, you know, it needs to be in line with what makes the game fun, not just because. Command & Conquer rocked? Yeah, I liked the old Command & Conquer. I think it was around Tiberian Sun that it kind of fell off for me. Like, I really liked 1 and 2. Tiberian Sun, like, it was fine. Like, I don't know why it just didn't stick as well for me. And I had some other ones later, but, like, again, it was kind of one of those ones that just didn't stick as much. Now, a big part of that could also just be the types of games I was playing had kind of changed at the time. I was doing a lot more, like, simulation kind of games. Excuse you. I was doing a lot more of those, so it very well could have been just my interest had changed around that time. Alright, so we have the head of the geyser, power up the additional transformer, get the backup line sorted. All of these are just giving me... yeah, so that's going to be 4 more pipes to deliver. So let's stick with our main objectives. So you're working on that. We need to get to the geyser, and we recognize I need to build a bridge here. Do I have the mule up here?
Finally, and not a moment too soon. The village council has been buzzing in my ear all this time. I hope they'll find someone else to nag now, while we move on to something completely different, like a well-earned month-long vacation. A girl can dream, right? On the more realistic side of things, could you deliver some batches of logs to the sawmill? We still have lots of things to do here, and some lumber should help.
So I think she gave us that mission to do the sawmill stuff. But oh right, I don't have it out. That's why I can't find it. Right. Oh wait, never mind. I don't need that. I need the mule. So let's go ahead and grab the mule. And we're gonna drive it up. You know what, actually, we're not gonna drive it up. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab the concrete right here. I've got 66 concrete going on. We are good on concrete. So 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah, Kelly is always just like, honestly, this last mission or two, Kelly's dialogue has been a lot more like, you're wonderful. I can always count on you to get the work done. Like, it's definitely one of those ones that you've worked with her along the way that they kind of show her as like being way more endearing to you and everything. And all that, being like, you know, thank you for letting me, like, thank you for just taking care of this for me so we don't have to, you know, figure this out. Like, you're the one person I can always just count on getting stuff done that needs done. Because I guess the implication is that she's not only working on this, but maybe has worked with, like, a bunch of other contractors to help out with everything. And that you're kind of her reliable person. Because that was, like, one of the earlier missions, is you have a delivery driver that's supposed to bring stuff, and she's like, yeah, you know, he was supposed to deliver this thing here, and got, like, so far, and then just noped the heck out. So now you gotta go and pick up where the person left it and bring it the rest of the way. Yeah, this whole mission, she's like, you know what? It's like, thank you for getting that done. I knew I could count on you and all that stuff the whole time through. She's like, yep, don't even need to tell you how to deal with this. You already know the drill. Alright. So I just had to reach that spot over there, but the area would cross, there isn't sand available, and there's a big chasm. So that's what these 3 concrete slabs are about, is I put down a concrete bridge. We just gotta build it. And I did see we had a mission for 4 of the pipes that are broken. Which would be another one for the mule to probably handle. Yeah, there's the bridge out in the distance. Another giant pile of cars. There's 1 or 2 muddy spots in this route we still haven't fixed. And I probably won't bother because I don't... I mean, it's probably in sand range, but regardless. My luck is eventually we'll get a route that'll have to fix this one too. Because they've pretty much made me patch up almost all of the major roads through everything here. Like, not as an actual, here's your mission, fix the road. It's here's your mission, bring the thing. By the way, there's no way to bring the thing without fixing something. You just get to choose what. Alright. So does that go through? Yeah, that goes through. Okay. Okay, bridge is built. And I'll just go ahead, and since we have the mule right here, I'll just drive it up there to reach the location. For all I know, it's going to tell me to... Well, I can see from here there's a valve going up there. Because I can see its outline from way back there. Looks like there's another path down there, so there might be a busted pipe over there or something. I can see the pipeline going by there. Okay.
Yeah, this doesn't look too inspiring. If it were up to me, I'd shut this place down for good. But since it's not, we'll be pulling the still usable equipment out of the rubble. Oh, and sending it to Hot Springs. So you'll also have to build a road between the 2 stations. Sounds easy enough for you.
Well, looks like I'm building... I already made this whole path over here to connect these 2, and it looks like I have to build another path. That's fine. We'll prioritize the path first. I think that makes sense to prioritize any roads in that first. Yeah, so we actually don't have access to the harbor base. And the reason I'm thinking I prioritize the roads first is just the fact that, with the... I'm in the wrong tab. With the roads, that just gives me easier ways to move routes and everything, and if I have to do it, I have to do it. So I'm using that to empty this out so that I can't spill along the way, because I gotta drive all the way up there. So, kinda sucks that I have to make a second road next to my road, but that was always a risk. Because one of the roads we had earlier that, you know, we built a path and then they told me a road, it was literally where I had already built stuff, so I just had to put like a tiny little bit of sand in like 1 or 2 spots to finish it off. And then pave it. But this one I took a totally different route than they did. But they wanted, I guess, is the better word. Okay, so what's the best way to get there? Yeah, so cut on through here, then take the left, and drive on up, get the road built, and keep it all moving. I'm still curious about that electric run. There's a couple places I need to run electricity through. And I'm a little leery about... I'm potentially going to need to build up a bunch of sand just to run the power through that. Yeah, and there's the 2 vehicles here. I'm probably going to need to get my big heavy equipment hauler to drag them up where I need them. Trying to drive them here would be a huge pain. It's still like 700 meters, multiple different terrains and all that. We'll lay down all the sand for the actual route, bring in the bulldozer, grab the heavy vehicle transport, and use the heavy vehicle transport to get the rest of the stuff done, get the road down, and then go on to our next objective. It would be nice if there was a trailer the dump trucks could haul. If there was a trailer. Well, this game doesn't have trailers that you connect. Like, that's just not the style of game it is. You have your vehicles and they either come with a trailer or they don't. Versus, you know, SnowRunner has, like, you hook up to a trailer, drag it behind you, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so we just entered the sand range. Where is the limits of where my sand is for this one, by the way? That is unfortunate. That is a real unfortunate one. Okay, so the sand situation for this one's going to be a little obnoxious. Because on the one side, I have about half of where the road needs to go covered by the sand. On this side, there's no sand on this side once they get out here to start the road. Mobile quarry time? The question, well actually, that might count as a sand spot. Because genuinely I've only found like 2 or 3 places, because you can, like, the mobile quarry can barely be used anywhere. I don't know if this mobile quarry can deploy there, that's too small of an area, the mobile quarry is giant. Oh, you've got tree stumps everywhere? Ooh. Hey, look! Actual trees on the map. Okay, so these are too small to cut down, so I'm just going to smash. Those two I can cut down and get wood, but I might not bother. I'm really think I'm not gonna bother. How much wood does it say I need for... There was an objective that they mentioned wood. We had one we turned in way earlier. Find object, deliver object, build the road, transformer. And then the main, none of these were about... Yeah, I think the mission about the delivering the wood was way earlier. Please tell me this is not too deep. You can do it. Just go for it. I feel like that should have flooded it. The dump truck with the blade. Dump truck with the blade? I don't think there is a dump truck with a blade. There is a cargo truck with a blade. I don't remember seeing a dump truck with a blade, though. And the difference is only dump trucks can be filled with sand. The cargo truck can't be filled with sand. Yeah, the worst part is gonna be the other half there where I don't have access to sand. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on the assumption I'm not gonna need much more wood. They're just gonna go through. I'm not gonna go out of my way to get rid of all the trees, but those two trees that were in the way, I'm like, oh, these two trees I can chop down. I'm just gonna knock them down in the sand. Okay, so the quarry radius edge might be like right here in this gap. And I'm okay with it spilling a bit off the sides, because I'll just wind the area up so in the future it won't be as hard for me to go across here. Alright. Grab along the side here. Physics, please. They're getting ricocheted into the air, so we lost half of our sand to that. These one of those for a Christmas tree with that much trunk to it. I guess one of the little ones would make sense. Alright. So where we spilled the sand, we're like getting violently bounced in the air. Why are you having such difficulty moving it all? I need to go and get the bulldozer and start leveling it out, but I kind of just want to get the whole path laid out and then do it. Stop violently launching me. I don't think that's how the physics work. Getting catapulted 12 feet to the left because some sand fell on the ground. I appear to be merged into the ground. Okay, I think we're good now. Dip lock issues. Okay. I was trying to skirt the edge to not have as much of a fight, but with me losing half of the sand due to like spilling and then getting launched into the sky. I'm better off just going over the piles, doing the bouncing up here. Why are you spilling weirdly like that? Stop. I need to just get the bulldozer and do it. Alright. Getting there. Probably got 3 more dump trucks worth. This spot back here is an absolute disaster. Okay. Put just a little smidge here. Honestly, that spot where it's not showing as marked as ready, more than likely that'll get fixed with the bulldozer as well, when I just flatten it out. Okay. Tiniest little bit right here. Cool. Okay, so we got one more spot because we got like stuck on the train for a moment as dumping that out. And then we just gotta bring the bulldozer, and we'll level it all out, get the heavy transport vehicle, bring our thing for actually laying down the asphalt, and then that'll be that done. So this one took a bit of time because we've had to drive back and forth to get the sand each time. So this gives you an idea where I made the comment before about the sky sand. So I'm only having to drive back 30, 40, 50 feet to get the sand each time. Now, imagine if instead of doing the 30, 40, 50 feet, I was having to go all the way back to the quarry, which for context for here is there. So instead of just driving that short distance back and forth like we've been doing, instead I had to drive all the way over here, up and around this way, up and around that way. I would need to go up and around there, all the way down around there, and grab one load of sand. And sure, I could build a road that goes around this way, but then I have to do that with all the sand there. So that's the reason we have sky sand. Because if we didn't have sky sand, this one road here would probably be a 5-6 hour commitment of just driving back and forth one load of sand at a time. So they give us sky sand to really cut down on that. And even with that, just having a short drive. Maybe post a play clip of a Zix with 8 pipes getting launched to the moon. I do have a clip section on the Discord. I usually don't do links and all that and like videos during stream most of the time. Because then I have to have like, you know, the mods check it out to make sure everything's on the up and up, because, you know, a lot of people are pretty solid. You never know when someone's gonna, you know, think they're being funny and put in something that's not great. That kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all, physics getting completely demolished, because that does happen. Okay, so you're way down there, so we'll go reset you back at the base. Yeah, we've had some pretty wild physics stuff from overloading a whole bunch of stuff. I haven't had too many problems. We've had a couple interesting, you know, events. Alright, so let's get this part done. Then it's just the heavy vehicle transport, and then the road's done. Is the videos of your band playing? Yeah. Well, for like, so I don't, like on the Discord, I don't have a challenge. It's like, yay, put all your videos here kind of thing. The thing is called like clips and highlights. So it's usually talking about like clips and highlights, not like it doesn't have to be from this stream, but something at least relevant. So like either similar games they're playing or friend of the channel, that kind of thing. That's fine, like to have other people's clips there. Because it's quite something most of the pipes end up stuck high up in the air. Yeah, I've heard some wild things happen with that. We don't really have a channel that'd be appropriate for like bands or whatever. Like you've got ones for like art and all that, and you can certainly argue music is art because it is. But like, I don't think I'd have a huge issue with someone putting band music in the art channel. Again, assuming the music is at least vaguely appropriate. The real know that. Like, nah, I got you. Like I was saying, I don't think I'd have a problem with that as long as it didn't get too spammy kind of thing. It's just something I hadn't thought of about before. Is, you know, a band wanting to put like their stuff in the Discord. It's always kind of a weird one when it gets to some of that stuff. Like not because of music, but like commission self-promotion, that kind of thing. There's definitely a line between sharing and self-promoting. Still, I don't think I'd have a problem. I think the art channel might be the one that makes the most sense. If there's an interest for it in the Discord, I wouldn't be against creating a channel for that type of thing. But this is the first we've ever run into that. Because I know I have a channel for books that it's been used on and off. We've got an art channel that gets used on and off. We have a silly stuff and memes. That's probably honestly the channel that sees the most action. And again, the one thing I will state with that is it's not that we keep the Discord necessarily quote unquote safe for work, but also something that would get absolutely flagged as not safe for work is probably not going to be allowed. It's like no like nudity or racism or whatever, even in the memes channel. Like you can do that content on your own time. But generally it's like, you know, it's just memes, game memes, all that kind of stuff. We've got channels for like just discussion about games. I've got a bunch of channels for individual games. The individual games, there's a couple of them that get quite a bit of traffic, like the Project Zomboid one, and then there's a whole lot of them that don't really see much in the way of traffic hardly ever. Now everything on the Discord is basically opt-in. We use the thing where you can self-assign roles, all that kind of stuff. And I do announce when like stream starts, game category change, video starts, all that, like when we post a video on YouTube, that, but it's all opt-in. I use the @here and @everyone almost never. I think an entire year I maybe use it like 3 times. Otherwise, it's all those opt-in roles. Like we have like a role that's like Twitch, which is again me announcing when I'm going live, or if we switch games midstream, it'll put up a post, or that we will post being like, hey, you know, switch games to whatever. There's the YouTube role for people who want to see the videos get posted, which admittedly I have not posted a video on YouTube in a very long time. I do the live content on YouTube. And I've had ideas for stuff for YouTube for edited content, but I've been going really hard on the streaming side, not really putting much time into recorded or edited video. Because streaming has worked out really well for me, whereas my edited videos are more mixed bag. So kind of focusing on the thing that works versus broadening into things that haven't worked as well for me. Alright, so it's definitely one I'm going to need to go both ways, because you see all those lumps in there, and my luck is we'll have to be moving a wayfarer through here. We almost have 100,000 again, so it'll be time to shop for like, I think we're missing 3 vehicles in the game that I haven't gotten yet, otherwise I own everything else. And I know 2 of them weren't expensive, and I think 1 was. I think 1 was like 70,000, the other 2 were like 20,000. So I'm fully expecting by the time we finish the map, I will own every single vehicle without having to grind money at any time. Yeah, that is one lumpy road. Okay, then we're going to grab the things for laying asphalt, so we can actually make it a road versus a sand road. Because that road icon above there means I need to make it a road, not just a sand bridge like we've been using for our own purposes. Alright. This will also be enough to probably get rid of those last 2 tree stumps right here. Alright, get you out of the way. And now I pop down here. Actually, where's my heavy transport? Where are you at right now before I move you? Because you might be in a decent position. You're here. And I need you right there. That's actually not bad. Or maybe it is. That's fine, we'll just reset it. Okay. That's kind of the stuff that would make me wonder with a hard mode of this game. I made the comment a number of times that while I very much enjoy the hard mode for SnowRunner, I actually don't have very high hopes of the hard mode for this game feeling good. I think it's something that the devs are doing in reaction to complaints without... Like, it's not that they're not considering it, it's rather they're trying to drop it out there that way, you know, they can get ahead of the complaints and, you know, take that off of the complaint list. But by and large, stuff like if you had to retrieve your vehicle and you lost money every time you retrieve your vehicles, there's a number of these vehicles you just wouldn't use because they're just too easy to get stuck on stuff and the terrain isn't really meant for easy escape. You can't really take advantage of the winches the way you could in the first one, so it's not like you can just drive around and have one heavy vehicle rescue the other. You'd have to use the cranes for everything. Like I said, I don't think, like, I think a bunch of people think they want it, they're gonna get their hard mode, and it's not going to be SnowRunner, it's not gonna be that fun survival experience. I genuinely think people are going to realize it's just a chore they've added to themselves and not in a fun way. Versus, like I said, SnowRunner hard mode I very much enjoy. I just feel like people are trying to make this into a different game than it is. But hey, maybe I'll be wrong. Now granted, in this game where we can get money from, you know, taking scrap and dropping it off, am I gonna have to move you to make you more level to even get up here? I probably will, won't I? Yeah, because it's just gonna keep turning the one that gets traction on the left side, not the right. Alright. So I need to pull this forward so it's on the more flat part versus being on the edge. Okay. But yeah, but because we can get money by just scrapping stuff and then selling that stuff at the construction yard, it's not going to be like in the hard mode SnowRunner. I'm probably going to have to move that again. Yep. I suspect it'll be one of those things that literally it'll just be a tedium type mechanic. Let's see, passing the vehicles being towed should be much higher dead priority than hard mode. Yep. I do think there is a very strong vocal minority, though, for hard mode. That I do... So I don't blame the devs for responding, by the way. I think in their situation, it's probably even the correct answer that with as much outcry as there's been for, like, the hard mode and all that, that them providing it makes sense. Because it was a thing that Expeditions came out. It was also an experiment like this game. Let's try backing it on here. And Expeditions kind of got that negative feedback at the beginning, and it kind of didn't matter what the devs did after that point. You know, it kind of didn't matter what it was after that point. Like... The PR was what it was. So this time I definitely feel like they're trying to get ahead of that negative feedback where it's like, okay, people are saying this, we're just going to give them what they want. And there's a certain amount of, you know, not the customer's always right, I actually wholly don't believe in that. But, I do think it is one of those things that, with the bad PR, basically kind of putting Expeditions in a bad place. Which, to be fair, Expedition was a much more limited game in the variety of gameplay and all that. So it got very repetitive very quickly. So I actually do think it wasn't as good of a title. But I think because that negative PR, even the people who would have enjoyed it didn't end up playing much of it because right from the get-go, it just made it seem bad around there. And if you're going to put the money in, if you're going to put the money in, you know, you're going to want to make sure you're getting what you want. Alright. But with that, with Expeditions having that bad review and then kind of killing their sales on it, I think they're worried if they have another game get, like, really bad reviews back to back, that's going to be a thing. And it was definitely one of those things that when RoadCraft came out, it had more, like, it was still generally more positive than negative, but there was a decent amount of negative. Again, a lot of that, it felt like more they were being punished for it not being SnowRunner than anything about the game on its own merits. Like, there was definitely some stuff in there that was more like, oh, this about the game isn't great, that about the game isn't great. But the vast majority, it was more, hey, this doesn't have this feature that SnowRunner has. Hey, this doesn't have that feature that SnowRunner has. Hey, this isn't SnowRunner. And I do think they're trying to respond to what they can about those to try and get ahead of those reviews, to hopefully keep the reviews as positive as possible so that, you know, the game does well. And this game is definitely doing better than Expeditions did. Really, you're gonna get stuck here? Because it's sank down the mud so far. Alright, that's fine. We can probably fix that. I believe we have a crane up here? We do. Yeah, just, like, don't put too many up. Like, I'm down for you sharing, but, you know, we don't need the entire, like, discography all posted in one thing. Like, that's fine what you got. Just, you know, don't want to go in there and see, like, 30 different songs or whatever. Because at that point, it'll be a bit much. Yeah, I'll check it out after stream. Yeah, so you just go down here. Just drag the trailer, because the trailer's getting stuck where it's beaching the trailer mid-highing. And I just need to get it off of that. Once we get over there, we should be fine. I still think even with this extra step needed to get this through, it'll be faster than if I tried to drive the asphalt layer and everything through here. I think we got it for now. And the wheels are still turned, so I need to unturn them. So let's get you out of the way for a minute. Okay. So it's got to get around here. Part of me wonders if the reason why this vehicle struggles so much with the stuff on the back isn't even the weight, which is certainly a factor, but because they're not Velcroed down. In this game, if you've had like a bunch of loose pipes or whatever on the back of the vehicle that are not Velcroed down, you try and move, the physics just throws a fit. So like you really gotta strap everything in. So I am wondering with stuff like these vehicles when they don't get strapped in, if like the physics gets wonky because the vehicles are bouncing around back there. I don't know if that is or is not a thing, but it's definitely something that makes me question it. All of this stuff, it barely fits under. Okay. You try to go wide to the right, so that when we're done, I don't have to move the truck to the trailer or anything. Okay, get you out of the way. Get all the asphalt down, get it rolled, and then with that we will have ourselves a proper road over here. And then get back to other tasks. It is curious that we still don't have the base to the way north, despite having done a bunch of stuff in that area. Nor have I seen a quest or a mission that gives us access to that. And and that we're just having lots of delivery stuff now. I think the entire idea is the reason they did so many delivery missions on this one was just one, to incentivize you to build the roads yourself anyways. Since you just have to keep going over the same areas again and again, so trying to muscle through it, you just get kind of annoyed. Especially since so many of them are like convoy kind of things. So get you out of the way. All right. We got a bunch of pipes to replace still. We got electricity to run. Yeah, no, this, they've got the bigger roller. The big thing with this one is it's got way more traction because of those back wheels. So I believe the front roller is the same size as the other roller, or the other steamroller. But this thing goes really well for getting around. And this will be road complete. Yep, and now I have to send a route across it. Okay, so infrastructure, oh sorry. Objectives, main, route, you, start plotting. I'm gonna need to move the mule most likely. Okay, there is a chance they'll run into problems in that part of town where the dirt will be loose. So I need to go up there. I mean, scooching down here. All right. Then you need to cross there, so you can go right over here. Over there, down here. Yeah, we get this far, we're on the home stretch. Alright, before you get too far, get you out of the way. Alright, so we have some different things going on over here we gotta figure out. So objective, we've got deliver the objects to all these points. We have find the machinery under the rubble. Just finding 3 objects, 2 here, 1 there. Okay, so you got the door open. Now, realistically, I should probably be driving through with the scout. The only reason I'm doing this is I'm going to need to haul the machinery, I assume. It's looking like I'm going to have to take a scout in here. Yeah, it's a situation I'm gonna have to bring a scout in there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, grab you. Oh, you're a wayfarer? Gross. Yeah, so that's too much of a hill, so I need to make it turn farther back here. Yeah, let's fix that. So, slide you way back here. Don't make me put down sand throughout the entire town. Is there even sand in this area? Ish. Alright, fine. Let's mark it so I at least know where I'm going. Okay. So. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Go here. Alright, let's get the sand down. Let's not fight with it. So I'm using enough, it's like, build a road over here. Those wayfarers aren't going to get through this without help. So we're just going to lay sand the entire way through town. I could fight with it for the next half hour, trying to, like, turn it on and off again and all that stuff, but we can just start right here where there's this little bit of a dip. And this is what happens when you put off fixing stuff, is like you just end up needing to do it again sooner or later anyways. Alright. Okay, that should be fine. Have to figure out how close to here I can put down the sand. Oh, because, like, a pre-generated bridge, I guess we can without a problem. Alright. Okay, so that's the point where we're no longer in the range of the quarry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to starting at the far end and work our way back here. So I don't have to keep driving over the lumpiness that I set up. And this is where our trucks were getting stuck, is over here, I believe. Is that right? Yep. Man, it's just water the whole way. Okay, so we'll start back here. This is overkill, but I figure with Wayfarers, they're terrible at everything, so let's just overkill it. Alright, that was a bad pour, because I still haven't figured out what caused it to lock into the full position all at once versus letting me just kind of slowly, little by little, pick it up one step at a time. I was kind of hoping it would be close enough over here. Okay. Because I can manage to do it just a little bit, we can get a really good distance in one pour. But if it locks up the whole way, it's a pretty short distance because it just dumps the sand in a heap real fast before it can move. And I can start trying to lower it, but I found once it starts, I'm better off just focusing on driving forward. Alright. Thanks, yeah, and that's basically what we're looking for a pour is like that, where it's just barely getting any sand up the whole time and just tipping a little bit more each time we see it start waning. Yeah, so as you can see, that first one we got just around the corner. That one we kind of got around that whole, like, squiggled area and the whole way down here. We just need the tiniest bit of sand on the surface. We don't actually need to build this up. Granted, that corner we might want to put extra down because it's like the whole S through that corner. The semis are going to have to fit, you know, bring the trailer around them quite a bit. Alright, looks like, depending on how the pours go, anywhere from 2 to 3 more pours. 4 if they're really bad pours. Alright. So probably one more and then it's just getting the bulldozer and flattening this all out. I was trying to be sneaky and like drive up to it and then quickly lower under and raise it back up again so we'd have just a little gap. Didn't do that well. More just slammed it on the top of the pipe and then lifted myself off the ground with it. But it's fine. Alright, with that, let's get the dump truck out of the way, grab the bulldozer, get this all leveled out, and then we can try the convoy again. That should be way better. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. And we're gonna do the whole one out, one back. That way we can deal with some of the really bumpy areas, especially with wayfarers. I'm gonna go a little bit of wide on each one, just to like make things as wide as we can. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. And just always more and more areas to be leveled out, made easier to traverse. All that good stuff. Then we'll probably need to get the links to find the machinery under the rubble. Then my assumption of once I found the machinery is I probably have to retrieve it, so it'll probably be one of those things that we get the scout to find the machinery and just drag it out to like the nearest road or whatever, and then probably from there we'd have something like the mule pick it up and take it wherever it needs to be. Is what I'm guessing we're doing with all that. Okay. Now I can turn around the other way and clean it up here. Get it to again be a really wide path so that the wayfarers have a lot more room to maneuver. Then we retry the route. And we still might need to finagle it a little bit in case like the trailer like catches on a pipe or a piece of concrete or whatever. Or ever so slightly goes off the path. We just gotta finagle it to get it to not do that. But at this point, vehicles crossing through here shouldn't have to worry about getting stuck too much. So in a really bad spot right here. And then that warning sign over there is just about to be where the end of it is. Okay, don't need to redo this part. This part's been done a billion times. But over here... level it out a little bit, and to level it out going out this way just till the sand stops. Alright, so now let's try this again, and see if that gets us what we need. Infrastructure, maintenance, try this. Okay. So this time it's going much faster than before. And meanwhile, I will fill up my drink. Okay. Oop, that is going into the water. Goodbye, Wayfarer. Goodbye, friend. You turned way too wide on that one. Alright, so let's go ahead and cancel that because they're not going to succeed. Let's put you way over there, you over here. And see if that improves it a little bit. Because the hope then is it'll turn here and end up around there. You need to back up. Because it should be able to make that when it's not spawning here. It's spawning ahead of where it would otherwise be. There you go. And you're going to do the exact same thing probably, but that's fine. So, there we go. That's a much better turn. It should be fine to cross the bridge. I think that'll be fine the way we've got that set up. A little wider than I want, but it's okay. That should be fine as well. Hopefully it's able to get through this area with no problems. Delete all our hazard marks. Alright, so there's always a possibility it turns off the edge, but that's looking pretty good. So let's go look at our objectives. So we need to get the machinery under the rubble that's over here. Where is my Lynx at now? My Lynx is nowhere remotely close. So we're going to go down here, grab our Scout, grab our Lynx. And while that's figuring the rest of its route, I need to go up here, and we gotta find the 3 objects hidden in the rubble. Most likely I gotta drag them out using this. And then we'll need to go in there and collect those objects and deliver them where they gotta be, probably. We'll see. That'd be my guess, is once we find them, I gotta deliver them someplace. Alright. They still got a bunch of pipe to replace. There's artifacts to find. Well, sorry, not find, to bring back. We found them already. I just have to physically pick them up and move them. Which I suspect with where they're at is probably going to be the same way we did the first artifact, using the tried and true and archaeologically sound method of attach winch, drag across, you know, landscape. Cool. So that takes care of the semis. Alright, so one of them is in here. Well, that's easy. We can drag it right out here nearby the pass so we can get at it with the mule or whichever vehicle I retrieve it with. Okay, so drop it right there. Because this isn't going to be the vehicle we recover that with, but now it's in range for something that can recover it. I'm pretty sure my heavy crane is literally right there, too. Okay. Oh, there's a second package in there. Alright, well, we'll go back in there in a minute. I'm already kind of up here. Alright, so I see for retrieving stuff, I'm gonna need to move that. I'm not sure that this is gonna have the horsepower to do it. Or even not even the horsepower, the traction. Alright, we'll go to that. We've got the big crane right over there. It can pick that stuff up. So you're gonna need the heavy crane to move some of this junk out of the way too. No, I can just go in this way. Okay. Because yeah, this looks like what I'm going to need to do is retrieve all this stuff with the heavy crane. And then from there... gotta figure out what I'm towing it home with. Okay, so you failed where? Bunch of steel and junk in here that's useful. So it could be down this way. It's interesting that it's got those listed down there. Oh, that's not the hidden object. That's a different quest entirely. So you got the 3 hidden objects I gotta find. Let's go to our objectives. That's implying both of those are there. Okay. So I think we got the 1 hidden object I need from this area. And then the other one are just objects I need in general to ship. So the other 2 I gotta get into this area. And it's probably one of those ones where I gotta like work my way through the building, figure out how to get up to what I need, yada yada. Yeah, so I can see where I can drive up into the building from over here somewhere. Yeah, so I'm supposed to go through that opening there. Pull those boxes out of the way. But honestly, with the links, I think you can just get around it. And then we drive up and inside here. got the computer here.
What do you know? Looks like the equipment you recovered is still fixable. It should give you a bonus, right? Wrong. So far, it's just another task. Get the stuff to the machine yard for some spin and polish. At least this doesn't sound like too much trouble.
Hey, I got my tried and true delivery method. I'm just gonna shove it off the roof. Get the angle to not be cursed. Come on, you're right there. Okay. So it's off the roof so I can get at it with the crane. Now I grab the console. I'll deal with that in a second. Let's adjust this before we flip ourselves. Okay, so down there, I believe the mule can get at both of those. I think we can make that work. So let's grab the mule. And before we get into that, we can check on that route again. Hey man, could you just not go that far over? That'd be swell. Alright, so if we look at this, if I go down that way, we should be able to retrieve everything. Okay. Now I've got the one really big purple box, and I got the two smaller loose things. I think the reality is I'm going to have to put the purple box in the back, and then the two smaller things, one of them's going to have to go back with the purple box somehow, and then the other one is going to need to be held in front. Good job with the guardrail.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? So I believe we cut through here. Go south. Yep. We just take a right by this crane. In worst case, if I do need to pick up stuff and move it to the mule, I've got this crane right here as well. I'm doing pretty good. We're getting towards the end of the last level in RoadCraft. Just knocking out one objective after the other, getting it done. Okay. And when I get these, you gotta take them to the machine yard. I want to say the machine yard is to the north. Okay, so let's grab the big box first and load it up into the mule, because that has to go in the back. Oh, that's not as big as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be one of the packages that takes literally the entire back. It's big, don't get me wrong. But this should leave me enough room for the smaller of the other items to put in here. And so with that, then I can just take the big computer console. So we're not done yet. What I could do, so I could take it like this. And with that, it's secured. Okay, so the next move is to take that other route over there. That should take us right through those two things on the bottom. I can put the small cylindrical thing, whatever it was, I can put that in the back behind the big purple box. And then the big, like, workstation, computer console thing, I can put in the front. And then we just gotta deliver those to the machine shop, which I think is center of the map, which is good because it's at least not trekking half across the map. But that's also why I took the mule and I chucked both those things down here so that hopefully this could get relatively close. Oh right, I gotta move these. That's fine. I think the mule can handle moving one of those. Just anywhere but in the way. Deploy these, hit the brake. Shift you over. You don't really need a big open area, just enough to like sneak this around. Okay, so this will be fun to deal with. Alright, first, get you out of here. So I might end up needing to go down the hill to be able to lay this down in here. We'll see if I can just put it here. That might actually work. Oh, I'm hitting the box. I was trying to see what's like, why can't I shift this up? The arm is hitting the box up that way. So I need to do... So I need to catch it on that edge. I'm gonna have to back up. Because I need to catch on the edge so I can lay it down. So let's use you as a counterweight. That's probably good enough. Please stop shaking wildly. There we go. Why are you so violently whipping around? Okay, so we've got everything here, and you're going to the machine shop, it said? Oh, that's... okay, there we go. Oh. Oh. That is not close by. Alright. It is what it is. So how hard is Colonel? I wouldn't say it's hard. But where the other maps, they're very, like, you will put this here, you'll put that there. They've been way more hands-off. We have had a few roads that they've been, like, put a road here. But for the most part, it's just get thing from A to B. And if there's no roads, you know, figure it out, I guess. So I wouldn't say, like, this is a game I wouldn't really say the game is hard at any point. Not really. It's more about problem solving than about actually, like, you know, straightforward difficulty kind of stuff. Soon we'll be out of the mud, and then we should be in a much better shape. Okay. So we got a long trek to go to, like, the opposite corner of the map. Plugging entirely too much. But that's fine. Oh, right, this one spot I didn't do is gonna be a pain, isn't it? I should have taken the other route out of here, but it's okay. We're already on our way. I think we can cross the 2 or 3 bad spots here. Okay. Yeah, honestly, this thing's performing pretty normal. Just easier to kind of get stuck because we're a little top-heavy. Can I properly, like, wedge you up here? To maybe put a stop to your wobbling everywhere? I feel like that's gonna make us way, way, way more top heavy. But also kind of hoping it just keeps it from swinging all over the place. So it swings from one side to the other. It can really make it easy to roll just because suddenly I have all the weight on one side of my vehicle. It's usually in the direction I'm trying not to roll. Alright, here's the one mud spot here. Alright. And this will take us on that dirt road that we made.
Thank you AZ3 Bruce for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you, Azarus, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you again so much for that support. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. A little bit of a low bridge there. Okay. Yeah, and that'll take us right to this machine shop. So we take the right up here. And don't follow that new road I made. Follow the one we made the first time, and it's literally just gonna basically keep following it the whole way back to the machine shop. Alright. And this is where I made the comment about the fact that, like, by taking the time to fix all these roads, a lot of these missions have gone from, not even fix these roads, this is like a net new road. A lot of these objectives, once they retrieve whatever the thing is, it's just driving from one map to the side of the map to the other, like, only like the one-off place where it's up in the hills being the only sketchy spot. Not that I can't still roll it, we absolutely could by just taking a bad turn or whatever. Alright, so right up there is where we're going. I do wonder if after this mission it rolls credits, or like, you know, you just finish it and that's just it. Because never did get to play through all of the original SnowRunner content. I didn't learn about SnowRunner till it already had a lot of DLC. And admittedly, I've had a couple of do-overs in SnowRunner, going from like normal to hard mode was a start over. And I haven't been able to commit huge amount of hours to it like I would need to actually play through on stream or whatever. Alright. And just drive right in here, take a right, and it should be just in here somewhere. A lot of potholes in this road. Okay, and that's where we deliver them. Clear the area for the transformer. And then activate all those things. So let's go to the transformer. That's a straightforward one. That's my stuff for bulldozing. Do we have a crane nearby? Probably do. Yeah, I got a crane. Where'd you go? You have a crane around here somewhere. There you are. Alright. So you can drive up there, clear that area. That'll be another objective done. Then I assume it's going to have me run power around the area. Sorry about that. I need to remember to actually stop and buy a bunch of vehicles. Like I said, I think there's 3 vehicles I'm missing. We might actually have enough to buy all 3. If not, we will any time now. You are not a particularly peppy vehicle. So you can get the power relay, get all that set up. I'm wondering if that'll turn on the different power grids and all that to make my life easier to move stuff, because we did see there was some objectives for connecting the various power grids, so far as like infrastructure objectives, not main objectives. And it's kind of a head scratcher that a lot of them cut through water and everything and rocky areas. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna have to build up sand and run the power through the sand. And that's been kind of the head scratcher for that one. But I could see if we bring this relay online and it gives its radius plus like maybe another location it's connected to coming up, I could see that making it far more reasonable. Those like the only trees in the map is that patch there. Okay, and there's the relay over there that we just gotta clear the area from. Now we still got a bunch of broken pipes to replace throughout the map. And I've been kind of focused on the main objectives right now, unless we get a secondary objective that gives me like a new base or something like that. We've done every single objective in the game up to this point. And the only reason I'm putting a little bit of focus on the main objectives right now is I'm just trying to make sure, like, if I get down to the end of stream and there's like one side objective, I don't care. But I would definitely like to, at the pace we're going, by the end of stream we'll either be done or we'll be at that point where there's so little left it's not worth justifying in our stream, at which point I go a little bit long to get it wrapped. And I'm just kind of trying to make sure we're in that window, because we started this at about halfway through the map with most of the infrastructure already built. So I'm expecting this to not take me long to wrap up. Like, I'm expecting to be, like, the most of the rest of the stream kind of thing. Just not, like, another 20 hours or anything. Okay, get you out of the way. So now I have an objective to power up the transformer. So we need to power up an additional transformer. So from the substation, I've got to get up there. That'll be interesting. I don't think that's shallow enough for the wire thing to cross. And unless I run more sand along the side here, I don't think we can cut across that stuff. We could certainly go the whole way up and around, but no, I can't because I'd have to cross the concrete. Alright, let's do a little recon here. Because we gotta find a path to run the electricity through. And the problem is you can't run it through the asphalt. And the asphalt there is not asphalt I put down, so I can't peel it up and relay it. So either one, I've got to run a whole separate sand crossing nearby, which is fine if I have to. Or two, I need to find an alternate route. And it's safe to say this doesn't have an alternate route at it. You cannot. Like, the stuff that they put there, for the most part, is just locked in forever. Yeah, it should be hard to widen the sandbar. Yeah. I was just checking to see if there's an alternate route, because we also haven't explored a lot of this. So it's worth me taking a second, because it could be that there's another building in between, because we did see earlier that there was a set of buildings I haven't reached yet. So it could be that there's literally a place I'm going to need to power up in between already. So that's meant to be like a hint, go this way. So let's kind of fill in this big open gap in the middle of the map. Right, exactly. There might be a fairly straightforward route to go around. Yeah, I don't think I care about going up there. Alright, so we need to go south and then west. Let me actually mark where we're trying to get to. We're trying to get vaguely in this area over here. And just kind of see what's in that area. And then we'll assess, like, am I just grabbing the thing and dumping a bunch of sand along there and then taking the wire layer and just making it work? Or is there an alternate route that I need to take anyways because there's more things I need to power up? Or, you know, there's just already a land bridge I can take the power across that maybe doesn't make sense to deal with the other vehicles because I have to do a bunch of work on it, but we're just running a cord. Because it's also a thing, if I run the cord really nearby the existing road, I gotta be careful, because if I start crossing over the road, it becomes a big hassle. Yeah, so as you can see, there is land out there. And if we follow this, it looks like there was a bridge. I don't think we're going to be able to cross. I think it's going to be washed out and too deep for me to cross, even with the links. They'll be worth peeking. The other thing we can potentially do is circle around, see if there's any place that might be crossable to get there. Because clearly there's a whole area in that middle area, like a couple of buildings and everything. I don't think like it's a whole base or anything like that, but it's something. Yeah, because there's our star in that river right there, and that whole land mass, which has buildings, you'll see them in the distance there. That we haven't visited, but there is a lot of like random loose chunks of land in there, so it might be crossable. You know, need to use our little terrain scanner to watch out for the areas that can cross and not cross. Yeah, so up there probably doesn't matter. This is actually totally fine to cross. Are you deep here? No, you're fine. And that area would be fine to run cable through if needed. They got a road over here. Then there's this set of buildings, which is the ones I mentioned I could see, but couldn't get to. So let's drive in there, just in the off chance it matters for literally anything. So the good news, I'm not seeing any yellow door buildings here, which to me tells me there's nothing I have to worry about there. Now, we do have land over here and up there. Let's add a second waypoint down here. I want to check those two areas, because there might be a way to cross this. The other thing we're going to run into is just how much rock there is out here. That'll make running power a pain, because I have to like maneuver my way around the rock / pick up and lower the tool as we get there. And some of that won't be that bad, but some of these rocks will be very hard to make work. But there are gaps between these rocks. Yeah, so most of the middle of this map is just this chunk of land that's covered in rocks and all that, so effectively, you know, empty terrain. Go just a little farther east to check by the substation. So I might be able to bring... I mean, it's all rock over there. We'll check this spot over here real fast. I'll check to see how deep this water is, because if this water's shallow, that would still be very workable. The water is not shallow. Like, I might be able to cross that in this. I think the cable layer will just go in and sync. I really wish they'd put icons in the bottom of the water. Alright, so I think that answers the question about going that way. We can also check up here. So let's try going down. First route failed. We received our rewards, so we're canceling the route so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Alright. Let's go back down here to the substation. And then from there, try and cross over to that island, see if there's a way to go up this way. Because it looks like there very well may be. Because this side, it's all rock, so I don't think we would have been able to get the power up here very easily to begin with. Okay, so that's the corner that we're going to be able to get the power from, probably. And this area looks like it might be someplace we can cross. There's a couple of deep patches in there, but otherwise it looks like it's going to be pretty okay. Yeah, so literally it might just be crossing in the shallows here. Ah, yeah. So I'm glad we scouted versus doing that. But so you thought the terrain scanner did put icons in the water if it isn't too deep to pass? Well, that's the thing. A lot of the places where you don't see the icons, you can pass just fine. So you kind of have to, like, really kind of roll up on and be like, is it safe? Is it safe? Whereas I would like it to still have the icons on the surface of the water, but be like, you know, big angry X, that kind of thing, being like, no, really it's too deep here. Like, not just a little. Okay, that all looks like it's just rocks and all that out there. There is a geyser out there. Yeah, so I just... basically I'd like it to put, you know, even when it's deeper, have a little, like, even if it's just like a little stop sign symbol or something. Something to be like, I have detected that you go here if you want to die. There's a building up here that I saw and I don't think we discovered, and there's a geyser over there too. We already had the last map where I went around and everything was fine, and we ended up finding a mission after I had finished everything else. So since I'm up here and I got the links, let's check it out. Hey Geyser, how's it going? I want a science, because we haven't done this, so... Hey Geyser, whee! Alright. So, with that we can lay cable, and we can just kind of cut through this area. I think it was here. Alright, so unfortunately the downside is... we don't have a place I could deploy a vehicle anywhere nearby there. It's probably honestly fastest to go from up here. Wait, do I have the cable layer out already? I don't think we do, right? We haven't laid cable right yet. I don't think we've put out down a cable yet. If I did, I don't remember it. Okay. So with that, we can go ahead and go to our... The gods are pleased with your sacrifice. Hey, you never know what'll be an achievement. We just had the science. Oh, right. And before we forget, because I'll just forget again, I'm going to click on the base, shop, all vehicle types, and I don't own you, so we're buying you. I don't own you, so buying you. I don't own you, so buying you. Am I missing any? There should be able to be filtered by unowned. I mean, it looks like every vehicle is kind of expecting achievement for that, but that's fine. Alright, so got a little bit of a trek to get into position. Guys are bad. I mean, to be fair, that's pretty much what I was expecting to happen. I was just wondering if I was going to get an achievement while I was at it. Which I did not. What's going to be the easiest way to get across? Okay, follow this to the south. You'd be able to filter the old rusty one in the garage? Yep. Yeah, no, I would say the weakest places in the UI for the game is the shop, in my opinion, is the weakest of the UI. That we can't, like, filter out stuff that we own or don't own, rusted or not rusted, stuff like that. The input's a bit weird that you have, like, you know, I'm trying to think of the QWERTY keys, like Q and E, A and... W-A-S-D? D. And then it's arrow keys to do the other part, which it's the only thing, I think, in the entire game that uses your arrow keys. At the beginning, it didn't seem to accept mouse input either, but they did seem to fix that at some point. But Discord, well, thank you for the clip. I'm assuming the clip was us just going, we need to do this for science, and just going right into the geyser. Because we had to test it. For all we know, the reality was that geyser was a portal into another universe, where you could eat endless amounts of food and never have any health implications from it whatsoever. Which would be amazing. Alright. And I believe if I just follow this route, it'll take me directly to where we need to hook up the power from. Then I can route to where we have to get the power to. I vaguely recall there wasn't many places I needed to move the power around. Yeah, this is where we saw this area at the beginning, where I mentioned I hadn't gotten to it yet. I think, yeah, it was around from here, so you can see, like, there's that little area where there's clearly supposed to be a road, and then that abyss. Come on, you can do it. And just up here, we should have more sand road. It's just there's not, this isn't in range of sand up here. At least I don't think it was. Or maybe I had to unlock the quarry and we didn't have access to it yet when I was crossing this area. We haven't been up here in a while. I'm curious if we unlock the base up there this late, what we would even do up there. Because I've kind of got a lot of the roads done, unless they're going to make us make a road down to that place, which would be obnoxious. But I'd be surprised if they did, because like I said, I did check while we were there if there's any of the places that a truck can spawn at or be dropped off at. Which you see those yellow doors to the right there with the red border. That tells you that there's going to be an area that comes to, or like either a truck drives out of that or drives into that. I believe we've already done that route though. So needless to say, when I didn't see any of the doors like that, I knew I didn't have to worry about convoying stuff. Now it could be they make me deliver like, you know, steel beams or something up there, and then the steel beams would be used to do whatever. That's still a possibility. But for right now, we just got to get the power up here. Good, there's the road we paved just a little bit earlier today. Alright. I did see there was an achievement for thoroughly inspecting the geysers, which is why I was like, maybe that's chucking your vehicle into. It could also be a possibility that it only works on some geysers. Who knows? Okay, so let's go in here. And I noticed that these are wood walls on the right that I should be able to break through. Excuse me, crane, coming through. This is one of those times that playing multiplayer would be very handy and be kind of a fun thing to work on, because there were pockets of deep water in here from the way it looked. So I could certainly see like the person just crawling ahead of you with the scout, like pulsing, being like, okay, just follow me, and then you see him like back up and turn a little bit, and you're like, all right, I gotta go over here. You know, avoid that deep spot. It might not actually be a problem, honestly, even with them. This thing stops fast enough. I think if I started to nose into a deep spot, I could probably just back up, you know, adjust and get around it. Don't like that the camera did whatever that was. Yeah, so that means I went over a tiny rock right there, which is fine, but that's the reason I immediately stopped, because in case it was like a big rock and I'd have to like reroute the cable, which is still not a problem. I just have to like back up, turn, and pick up where I left off, go in the other direction or something. And I think it's very clear that this is the deliberate path that you're expected to do. Considering you get up here and while it's all rocks all around, then there's this one corridor of no rocks. But granted, I could have still done the alternative, just running it alongside the road the whole way up, dumped a bunch of sand, you know, run it through the sand and all that. That would have also certainly been an option. Well, I didn't check to see how I get through this area. Okay, I just have to get right here. Okay, we're good. I was worried I was gonna have to get much closer, like I had to get to the other side of this road and I can't run it through the road. But it looks like it just barely crosses over here. Right where the first rocks show up. Almost as if that was the entire thing is planned.
you were running yourself ragged doing all those errands, the Sage Council of Northlot were feeling quite cozy and warm. That is, until they discovered their backup generator, well, the one you brought for them, has almost run out of fuel. And now they're calling me every 10 minutes, counting down the last gallons in the tank like a doomsday clock. How about you give them a doomsday clock? Just kidding. It's probably time to connect them back to the grid, or else we'll never hear the end of it. Can you bring enough steel beams to repair the power line near the village? Pretty please, with a cherry on top.
Alright, so steel beams. Because unfortunately, while I did make a lot of surplus steel beams previously, I did not make enough steel beam surplus to keep going forever. Well, actually, don't I have, like, more money than I know what to do with? Because I do have an achievement for actually buying stuff from the construction yard, where the heck that is. Where's the construction yard? Oh, you're up there in that corner? Never mind, we're just gonna go and get the steel beams. There's steel pipes. Where is my mule at right now? Because the steel beams are really easy to do with the mule. You are in the least convenient place you could be right now. Alright, well, that's fine. So steel beams is way down here. We can get at it from this really fast. Let's go grab the mule. Da-da-da-da-da. Obtain, deploy, deploy. And we are going there. Yep, so just gotta chuck a bunch of stuff in. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and we'll just make 5 steel beams worth up there. Oop. I got some stuff that's worth some pretty good steel right here, too. That's easy to ship as well, so we're just gonna pop right here. Because then we can work our way up there, get our steel beams. This road isn't going to take me over that way, right? No, you do not go that way. Okay. So back it up, turn this way. See if we can't fit you in the back as well. All right. That'll probably be enough for all of the steel beams right here at the get-go. Because I want to say these are worth like 2 steel beams or something each. Okay, so we just drive all this up, drop it off. That should give me enough steel beams. If we get more than 5, I'm still going to grab just the 5. Because I'm going to be driving them directly to that location. If I do end up needing a bunch of steel beams, then we can make it a point to bring the thing that gives me storage the whole way up here. I was going to go through the hassle of all that if I just got to bring this up here, drop it off, and then do one N10 or whatever. It sucks that the construction yard's at the top of the map and I don't have access to the base there, because otherwise I could have literally just gone up there, bought a ton of steel beams, and then immediately turned around and just drove them to our base and dropped them off, and then just take them wherever I need them. But for whatever reason, the base at the top isn't active. And I still got those cars if I need more. Those are 3-4 steel beams each over there as well. Because yeah, way earlier we grabbed something like 10 or 12 steel beams up here. Took the time to set up our resource thing and everything, drug down like 4 or 5 big cars and all that. Cash them all in for resources. Alright. And just like that, we got 7 steel beams worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 6 steel beams. I can numbers. And then we'll use our trick where we always load up the steel beams without any issues, which is to get the arm about halfway up on the trailer back here. There we go. And as long as it's on the front half, that the steel beams are relative to the back, we just can bring them all in one by one. Well, there's a first. I slungshot a little too good. Did I get to your end of that? Ah, it's gonna make me move it. Well, it's not so flawless. I let it keep all the momentum and just shot it right from one side of the trailer to the other. That's fine. Okay, so for getting those where they need to go, which is over here, I can go to the south and come around, or we can go all the way north. South will be faster. Okay, so let's get out of here. Take the road that I almost went in the first place, and drop these off. That should get the power back online. Then we figure out what's next. Oh, that's not the way I want, is it? No. I'm gonna be going the way that's behind me. I was a bit surprised when I saw the tractor. I was like, tractor? Where did we have a tractor? I knew there was the cars. Because we made a wrong turn. Okay. Yeah, when I go to do the achievement hunting for buying and selling resources, I'm definitely using this map. Because it's literally just going to be take the crane in the area and just keep chucking stuff in there. Get a ton of the resources, then just go to the construction place and just sell a whole stack of them, then use that money to buy a whole stack and we'll have the achievement knocked out. That'll be my own time kind of stuff. The achievement grinding in a lot of games is usually not the most engaging gameplay to watch. Some it can when it's like a nice, like, challenging thing. Like Terraria has an achievement where you have to fight 3 bosses, the 3 mechanical bosses simultaneously all in one night. And that's a fun achievement. Like nowadays there's enough like power creep that you can just annihilate them. But when the achievement was first added, it wasn't a ridiculously hard one, but it was a decently hard because it was just you had to figure out how to do enough damage to knock them out real fast. You know, and not die standing there, like, face-tanking them to keep them all grouped together as best you can. Because you start getting way too evasive, it just makes it harder for you to hit them. And then they also spend more time, you know, out of range kind of thing. So those achievements can be fun to do, like, a little bit of trial and error on a boss fight and that kind of stuff. Sometimes doing bosses, but, like, hitless runs kind of thing can be decent for watching. But stuff like, you know, collect 1,000 iron. Well, that's just going to be a person picking up iron again and again until they get the achievement. Or like the achievements I was working on last I played I Am Future, which is like to get all of the cooking recipes and all that. That's just a lot of grinding materials and then, you know, getting the right thing to put in the vending machine to unlock the recipe and yada yada. So it's a lot of like referencing stuff and, you know, pretty passive gameplay. How many concrete slabs are they going to give me? I expected that to run out. I just looked up and realized that we're up to 80. Because they all have a limit on how much they give you. And then they stop doing anything after that. Okay. So... Yep, so we want to go north here. They'll take me out to the paved road, and I believe the paved road takes us pretty close to our destination. I think we take the paved road a good way, and then we just pop off kind of at the last mile type deal just to run the steel where we need it to get them back in the power grid. Which will be interesting, because so far as our mission objectives here, one of the main mission objectives was just basically getting the infrastructure back online for the village. We've repaired the roads, this will be the power. We might have to run some more pipe. I know there's a secondary objective to do 4 of the pipes we haven't done. And so that would leave 1 or 2 more pipes that are primary objectives, potentially, or additional secondary objectives. Okay. So I believe I want to take that road to the right. Let's double check. No, I definitely don't want to take that road to the right. Okay, so we take this area I paved over here, turn into town, cut to the other side of town, and then we got everything wired up. I'm also curious with the idea of, like, a city named North Lock. Like, maybe Lock means something to someone else, but I don't get calling like a town a lock. Like, I can see if you're along a canal or something and you operate the locks, but even that'd be a weird name to give a town, like, the name after a piece of infrastructure there, like... That'd be like having a town named North Dam Village. And it's just the village on the top of a dam. Suppose once you go to the mayor and you'd be like, you weren't good at naming things, were you? It's the castle. Named... Castle. Oh, good, we actually get to repair this. So that's interesting. We build our way around this this power pole, like way back. And in the demo you couldn't repair this. That wasn't one of the objectives. At least I don't believe it was. But this one we're actually getting to properly repair it.
Great job. I hope the elders of Northlock are happy now, or someone cuts their phone line. Either one is good with me. Anywho, now that they don't need the old generators, could you take them back to the logistics terminal for service? Someone might need them again after all.
Okay, looks like I'm taking the things from right next to us. Over there. So we've got, it looks like 3 valves. So conveniently, we're right by them. Right by 2 of them. The other one I gotta get out of the crane game. That's fine. Oh, one of them I gotta drop right up here. Okay, well in that case, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, since we have one that needs to be right up here, I'm gonna pop over here first, do the crane game first, get that valve, bring it up, put it in, and then from there, I only have to bring 2 back with me. I have a solution. There we go. Who needs to pick up the van when we can just, smoosh it? Don't give me the pickup. I don't want the pickup truck. Okay. Alright, so getting this valve. Yeah, so you can get up here and go around there. Okay. So basically, I want to go back the way we came, take that route to the north, and that'll take me up to that top area. And that'll let me drop this valve off real fast. Then we can come back down here, grab the other 2 valves, and those seem to be going to the opposite end of everything in existence. Actually, not that far. It's probably the right answer just to grab all 3. I didn't realize those were right there. So it's honestly going to be probably the direction we're going. Run over there, do those 2, and do the one I was going to do first last. I didn't realize I had to go out and around just to get to it. Which that means I also want to take the valve I chucked in the back and I laid down. I'm going to stand it up. So I can put 2 valves in the back, 1 on the crane. So where are these 2 at? They're in here, but where? Okay, so they're in that back area, which is awfully inconvenient. I believe I can go up and around that way, just like I did with the mule. And that should work out okay. Because if I go the other way around, even if I get through that opening, I'll run into the problem where I have to get across the gap. And with the mule where I can anchor and do all that sort of, or not anchor, widget and all that, not widget, winch, and do all that, that'll work well. Wait, didn't I cross over here? I mean, what am I worried about? I've got my big crane right here. Okay, so what we could do here is I'll just take the mule in the front. We could use the big crane to move anything that's in the way out of the way. And it could also reach across the air side and just deposit in the mule. I forgot I had to climb that big crevasse with the mule, which is fine. It's able to do it, but that'll be a much harder sell for the mule. Okay. So park you. Now we can get ourselves in here with the big crane. Which shouldn't be too big of a deal. Then we can start replacing all those. Hopefully, that valve looks like I might need the big crane for it. If we do, we do. I think that's another one of the valves over there. But if we don't need the big crane for the other valves, that'll be great. So this one I'm going to take the tighter turn. Don't mind me, I'm just going to run into everything. Just reminding myself what it's like to be alive. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we'll start back here. Get you out of the way. What's interesting is the bunch of perfectly good pipes over there, too. I'm probably not going to use them, though. Grab the blue thing. Okay. So I got all that opened up. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, there's a bunch of like steel girders and pipes and all that. We saw that when we were in here earlier. Yeah, I'll get the stretch and all that during the ad break because I'm gonna need to use the restroom anyways. Okay. So the valves are over there. I think the crane is long enough. I can probably have it just bridge this gap. And then the second gap I don't care about. Yeah, it's stable-ish. That's sure. That's not what I wanted. I didn't want to look at the quest objective. I wanted to switch vehicles. Yep, no, I will. Like I said, we got an ad break in about 5-ish minutes. It'll do all like my stretches, all that kind of stuff at that point. Okay, so first I need to stand up this valve. There we go. Now I can switch back to you. Hey, Daka, how's it going? We're gonna go around this way since one of my anchors isn't actually on the ground. I'm gonna try and put this right in the back there. Cool. And this one's not going in the back, we're just chucking it right in front of the mule because the mule's going to carry it on its crane. Got the mule. Maybe able to stack it even? Oh, I'm not looking to stack it. The stacking will make us way more top heavy, I say as I immediately... Got a couple seconds before we stall. Okay. We're fine. Anchor again. Move you back up front. Yeah, stacking the weight much higher can be a problem. That one's I just turned too sharp. Versus if I put it kind of in front like this, it doesn't raise our center of gravity that much. I wonder if it's actually... I wonder if the weight on these valves is way up more towards the handle mechanism, because we are leaning hard that direction. And I don't think the ground is... Let's try this. Too far. Okay, that looks about even. Not super thrilled by this. Part of it is this mud is all uneven as well. So once we get out of the mud, we should be in better shape. Yeah, so you can see we're like climbing the ridges in the mud. Alright, we're on flat ground. So the first one's up there. The problem is, to get to it, I gotta go all the way up here. Whereas these two are right there. So I think we cross over this way, knock out those two, then come back the other way. So what I'll probably do is, once I'm gonna drop this one off, take the two in the back. I'll take one of them and I'll just shift it from the left side to the right. And that should balance the weight out a bit better, because right now our balance is not good. we go. And up ahead in that little ridge spot there is the worst that we have on this road. There's a pretty steep bump right here that I mentioned I should have fixed like 1,000 times and never did. And I'll mention again that once again will not fix it. We fixed every other road here, but that specific road I have decided I'm not fixing for no discernible reason. Alright, so bear with me, chat, because I have really got to use a restroom, and we're about to hit an ad break, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom, stretch my legs, do all that sort of stuff. Good time for you to do the same. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Done. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. I just need to park it on the space and I push a button and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Keep the threat on one side of me. This is not good. Alright. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're okay, and I am back. All right, so we gotta go up that hill. And that'll be two valves out of our stuff. All right. And we once again go, why would we do in 2 trips what we can do in 1? Okay, right about to get up here. Oh good, and these valves are like right at just about level. I hate that. Okay, so the first valve I can just drive straight to it, I think. Alright, slight adjustment for this plan. We're gonna drive over here. We're gonna reach this valve way over Please don't. Way forward. And we're going to drop it right there in the ground. I'm going to take the valves off of the back here. You can pick this one here. It'll come back for this one in a minute. We're going to drop that on the ground. Right back there. So now just at the one valve. Since apparently I gotta do an obstacle course to do these valves. I mean, the reality of what I could have done is just gotten a heavy crane and not had to worry about this hardly at all. So last valve's down there. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, with the larger crane, I could have gone over there and made it work. Wait, can I pick those up? I can't I? No. Okay. I was saying, because I can pick them up, I could just move them. All right. That's how it's supposed to work, right? You just roll the valve down the pipe into position. I'm surprised that worked out. At first I thought when it slowed down, I was like, oh man, it's just gonna get stuck. Alright, so I'm going to need to get to the other side so I'm a little closer to this valve. And then we can try moving it over here. Okay, so I can grab you. Bring around back for just a minute. Pull over here, get this valve in place. Alright. And so they made it so, in theory, I can just drive over this. And now I go for the valve I left behind, because the last thing I need is more weight to be swinging around while back on there. There we go. Oh, I see. I was hitting the wrong button. Like, my fingers got moved over by one. I was getting really confused. There we go. Trying to put relatively even there. Alright, now we go to the north end of town, drive back over. Just got the one valve up the hill. And then that'll be the valve swapped. Alright. I think we're going to be pretty soon to get our primary objectives done. And I'll be chasing down the secondaries. Which is going to be like replacing all those pipes, which shouldn't be too bad. I've already got the pipes made and all that. I literally just got to load them up. Do them in a couple of batches, probably 2-3 batches. Alright, there's the valve way over there, but I got to go around this way to get up there. And I'm assuming we'll have like a little bit of an obstacle course to figure out how to get down to that valve. Or it'll be just a straight drive to it. I can live with that. Oh, no, it's not. I see, there's those pipes in the way. So most likely I gotta go out and around that edge. I might be able to get at that. There we go.
Great job rerouting the flow. The main pipeline and the station itself can be safely fixed now. Too bad the backup pipeline is also leaky. Who could have guessed, right? Could you go and plug the leaks?
Alright. So I'm not sure which of these is the actual ones we need to fix, because I got a bunch of pipes over here that are broken. I got pipes there and there. Let's switch to infrastructure. Okay, we got another spot over here I had not noticed. Alright. So we got all the pipe areas down there, and I've got 2 pipes broken up along here. And I've got 1, 2 up there. And 1, 2 over here. These 2 might be the ones that need to be fixed. Which is very inconvenient. Oh, that's going to be a heavy crane situation. Where that is, I don't think I'd be able to reach that with another vehicle. Okay. So, let's go ahead and get this party started. The plan is going to be straightforward. I go down here to the base station, we respawn the mule. And we're going to need to grab 3 pipes. So 1, 2, 3. Grab the next pipe. And then we get the last pipe here. And part of the reason I'm not super worried about the situations of the pipes that much is I do know in that wreckage there's some more pipes, and the big crane I'm going to want to put these in place is by that spot, so it's going to bring one of the pipes with it. Hello. How's it going? I'm new. Alright. So, first contestant pipe-wise, like I said, we've got all this sorted out here for the most part. I've got 2 pipes up there that are broken. And I got 2 pipes down there that are broken. And we got 2 pipes over there that are broken. So I've got 6 pipes marked that are broken. So actually, I probably don't even need to bring extra pipes. It'll be 2 laps of 3. The point is, I gotta start heading north till we get in that area. And then we can have the mule take care of what it can manage. Oh, I need to remove that marker. Okay. So we can head north, get these into position. I'm just going to drive the mule from one broken pipe to the next. If the mule can handle it, it does it. If it can't, we bring the big heavy crane to take care of it. And that'll be good. Yeah, to think, so these dirt roads I've been driving on that have been like optionally fixed, if we hadn't fixed those, the amount of time I would just spend driving back and forth on this map, slogging along, would have been completely obnoxious. And some of this would have even been crossable. So with the one up there, can I get at it from this side, or do I need to go around? I might be able to get at it from there. I don't think we can get at it from that side. Okay. So basically we go to the north end of town, we cut across, we go over there, and then there is a gap in the area behind that we might be able to get up. It's a pretty steep looking ledge, but the heavy crane is actually pretty good at all-terraining. Actually, now I think about it, with the heavy crane where it's at, and the fact that it's going to grab one with the heavy crane, there's probably literally... That was weird. I think it like unloaded the object and then reloaded in. When it reloaded in, it didn't quite get it clear of other physical objects, thereby causing it to have a mild conflict. Right, so what I was going to say is if I have to climb up there anyways, and I'm going to need this one to reach that one because it's way up high, literally right here are good pipes that I mentioned I could potentially grab. So I don't really have much of a reason to bring the mule up there if I'm just gonna bring this anyways. And we drive over here, cut through town, go to the north, loop back, swap out the bad pipes, and then the mule could just go on to the next spot. All right. Because I believe we're at the point where I have the 6 missing pipes to swap. We've already run the power, and then I've got a bunch of side objectives of bring thing A to location B. And then if there's any more missions after that. Oh, you're able to slide under it. Come on. There you go. And I also have that pipe over there. That one I might be able to get at with the mule. That one it's figuring out how to navigate to the pipe that's the challenge, not actually swapping the pipe. Because maybe I can cross down there, maybe not. I don't honestly know. Okay, so I've got a path that goes through here. Then just goes into the abyss. But there's not a good place for me to climb up back there. So like I said, I think it's going to be one of those things where we go this way. And I can probably climb there, but it's going to be a narrow path over here. So it's whatever that red tower is with the, like the observatory location. I got to try and sneak in around that. It might be honestly worth me grabbing one of my scout vehicles like the Lynx and trying to figure out how I get to that pipe down there to the right. Yeah, that's the spot right there. So the thought is that I can probably squeeze in between here and then climb that really steep spot on the right. I'm second guessing that though, because that is hella steep. Oh yeah, that's not going to be in range, but I might be able to get you over here real fast. I think I can make this work. Because yeah, it's ridiculously steep. But I believe I can put the arm up on those rocks and then lift the crane up using it. If we just can't climb straight up as it is. Okay. So I'll do this. Reach our arm over here. Oh, don't grab that. I was like, ooh, what can I grab up here? Alright. Slight change of plans. If we can't do it that way, we turn the entire arm around. Find a good place to wedge it in down here. Yep, exactly, monkey. We can wedge it better than that. Let's go for those logs. We broke physics is what happened. It did get up there. Wait, can I... Okay, so you can't make it lock back in. Alright, well... That's an interesting issue. So what vehicles do I have nearby? You're not going to be helpful, you're not going to be helpful, you won't be able to do anything. Well, let's get the mule back on its way. Because it might be one of those things with the mule, I might be able to just give it a little nudge one way or the other. And either way, the mule needs to be over there to deliver the next pipe anyways. Squeeze a little sand in? I shouldn't. I mean, that would be a way to solve it, yeah, is to build up that ledge. The problem is there's not much room behind it. The real problem is I've got that thing wedged in real good now. That's going to be the thing that's going to make this rough. Because the arm is wedged in between those wood piles. Because what happened is I was pushing on the wood piles and I was shoving the thing up there. And something glitched on the physics, which caused us to roll. Like, launch in the air and roll. Once that happened, and it didn't land on a way I could orient it back onto its, you know, right up fast enough. That was kind of that. And it is one of the few downsides of, like, using shenanigans like that. Another thing I might have been able to get away with is using the treaded crane. Might have been able to climb that a little better. Because I didn't see another good route, and the pipe I gotta swap is far enough I can't just reach the crane over and drop it in. So we definitely have to find our way up. Like, I could even have built a bridge up there. Like, that's the thing. There's a good number of options I could have taken. Yeah, because that's the pipe I gotta figure out my way to, and I think it's a matter of going over here past this power pole, and I think you'll be able to drive across there. Use the big crane to lift up the mule? That would be a possibility. First, I gotta get the big crane moved. And I'm hoping, even though the mule is nowhere near as heavy or as strong, if I can just kind of yank it one way or the other, that might be enough to get it to slide down and orient itself back up. Probably not, because that arm. We'll see. Yeah, because that's the issue, is that arm's wedged in between the wood piles now. Which is, I think, would cause the physics to get mad. Try to get as close to below it as we can. So the plan can work, because that does have... Okay, so we've unstuck its arm. So that's some progress. How on earth are we going to get it back to being right side up? And you're not going anywhere that way. I can't. It twists the arm instead of the vehicle. I think I am going to have to respawn the heavy crane. Just it being flipped upside down like that, I just don't have the leverage. The mule's just not strong enough. Like, I can shove it up. But I can't do much past that. Can you make this work since you're already sitting here? So it might be one of these ones that become at a little bit of an angle where I don't quite... There's nothing really to wedge this against. Yeah, because I don't think that'll reach the ground to push off of it. Nope. So we're going to leave you there for right now, because what we could do is I will grab the crane, we'll drive it up there, and rather than the big crane trying to go up there, we just pick up the mule, put it up top, let it do its thing, and then bring it back down. And that'll work. Okay. Because I don't want to have to, you know, shove this thing up there and cause all sorts of mayhem. Oh, too tight of a turn. Okay. And I think that's the hardest pipe we've got out of the whole set. A bunch of the other ones, I think it's just figuring out how to reach the pipe in the first place. That one, it's clearly we had to either go up that ramp or we had to climb the rocks in the back half. And maybe the rocks in the back half's the easier set. It doesn't look like it, but it's kind of hard to tell from over here. And I'm kind of genuinely hoping when it comes to the pipe in the water, it does look like there's a route around the back that I could potentially cross. So my plan is to just grab the big crane, grab a pipe, start crossing it. If we start to get into the water a little ways, I can probably just hit the handbrake, put down the anchors. If we stall, you know, then I can just grab it with another vehicle and just kind of tug it back just a little ways, and that should be all it takes to deflood it. It does think that there's no bases in the middle of the map, so I gotta trek all the way back up each time. And yeah, I could use the thing where we could redeploy using the fuel, but eh. I'd have to drive it into position and everything, and at that point... I think it actually might be in the middle of the map. But at that point, you know, I might as well just do the drive. Hey, Azrael, it's going pretty good. Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? We got one of my mods here able to do that. Also been playing a lot of RoadCraft, also plays like Farm Sim and a bunch of stuff like that. A lot of sim games over there. But it's going good. We're getting to the tail end of the last map, so there's not much RoadCraft left before we have crafted all of the roads. Dealing with particularly hard to reach pipe that we may or may not have broken physics pretty hard a minute ago. How much RoadCraft left until September? How far are you in RoadCraft, by the way? We'll get you a shout out here in just a minute once I'm up here where my mule's at. So you use the strategy of picking up the mule. You're still in something? Gotcha. So you're pretty early on. Alright. We can go ahead and do this. And again, for those who don't know Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Also been playing some RoadCraft, so if you enjoy this, and you're like, what am I going to do when Rual finishes it, and there's no more RoadCraft? Well, you can find it over there. So if at first you can't get your big crane on top of the hill, you can just pick something else up with a crane and put it on top of the hill. You adore that crane? Oh yeah, the big heavy crane is wonderful. That's fine, we're just chucking a chunk of pipe into a geyser. No one really cares. Aw, come on, that's out of reach. Ooh. Now it's apparently not. Weird, but okay. Alright. So will this be considered one of the pipes we need to fix? It is not. That's fine. That just means it's for a different objective. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and just drive on down here, because worst case, if we roll it, it doesn't matter. The crane is right there. Cool. Alright, so... let's get you out of the way for a minute. Because we're going to do a little bit of searching. There's another pipe to replace over here. Yeah, you can see it right down there. It looks like there might be a safe way to cross it from land, from this landmass I'm on. It's not looking as convincing from this angle, I'm going to be honest. So part of me is curious, though. If I can't cross from here, it's always possible I could literally do what I just did again, which is pick up the mule with this crane and gently set it where I can take it. Alright, let's get over there to where that rock is at. Because that at least feels safe to cross this far. That does look very deep. Let's very slowly creep forward and see if we would start plunging into the abyss. Yep, that's plunging in the abyss. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay. Now, you'd be like, oh, you're gonna have to, you know, lay some sand, get that to work. I don't think we do. Don't tell me you're stuck here. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I do most of the time. But in this case, for replacing the pipe, I'm just going to go with the strategy of I have a mule. It can swap it. So I'm just going to take the big crane. I'm going to pick up the mule. I'm going to put it on the other side and be like, you deal with this. I don't feel like it. And then when it's done, we'll drive it back and we'll pick it up with the mule and put it back. Yeah, no, I definitely made a lot of roads. I think this spot I don't have sand nearby, unfortunately. So it'd be quite the trek to get sand over here. Alright. Slight change of plans. We can still make this work. I'm just going to have to adjust the approach a little bit. So, you sit tightly. There. So I've made it significantly lighter. And we'll start by lifting as high as we can. Facing long ways. All right. This is much deeper than I gave it credit for from the other side. Just need to rotate. All right. So next up, we need to pass the pipe across. And get this loaded up. This is super terrible. Please. If we can get to this one. So if we can get across to this one, it looks like it's clear sailing from there. Just how deep these dips are in here. Gotta remember that we don't have a very long arm on this thing. Oh, that is an abyss. Let's not go that way. Let's just try to go directly onto the rock. Directly onto the rock sounds perfect. Who cares if it's not grippy and terrible? It is not an abyss, and that's good enough for me. Maybe over there. Okay. Alright, so that's not too bad. Alright. We have successfully put it in place, where now if we roll this into the abyss, it's not the end of the world. Alright. And we've got Mohan Rai with their 145 stream streak. Catch that 145 streams without missing one with the Saint. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. There we go. Now, in this particular case, we are going to... Can't wait till they release streaks for everyone? Yep. That is coming soon. What we're going to go ahead and do here in just a second is it isn't going to be a mistake that I'm going to flood the engine. I'm literally just going to drive this thing straight at the crane. And where it gets to, it gets to. Because pulling out the bottom depths over here... will be way easier than trying to reach the whole way across. Alright. So now I just drag it back over here. And just like that, we have got another pipe done. Get these loaded back up for the next two pipe segments we need to do. Alright. Okay, so our next destination is... we got these two over here. We got those two up there. I don't have good eyes on that one. This one here is right along that road. So it looks like we're going to be just basically going to the east. We're going to go through the north part of town and then just go east. So top pipe should be straightforward. The mule could probably do it by itself. The bottom pipe, we're going to have to kind of explore a little bit. I don't have good eyes on it. So then we get those two pipes replaced. Maybe that'll be the ones they want. If not, then that means we replace the last two pipes. And like I said, I'm not super worried about it. We're going to want to eventually replace all of them anyways. So doing them in a different order, who cares? so you got you two way in the distance. I mean, they're all pretty way in the distance. Okay. Yep. Doesn't really matter which of these two routes we take. I've been taking the north route because that's the one I got used to taking because of setting it up. I'm going to take the south route on this one just because I can. It's one we actually had to pay for one of the objectives, so sure. I thought I was going to roll it right there. Yeah, and then we can exit you to the south. And that should take me towards the other two pipes. Now, the one's just along the road, and the other one is in the abyss. I think that's the one along the road. Now, if it's that high up, that might present a problem for me. Is that the one that's in the white, in the, No, that's the one that's... Okay. You can come across this way, follow the pipe. Hopefully we can get high enough to swap that. Because then I gotta get a resupply of pipes to do the other two. But, I'll probably be able to take either the north route or one of the other bases, just teleport up there, grab a couple of pipe, run on through. You're up there. That might be... That's probably a heavy crane. I'll see if we can't get up here. I don't think I can get high enough to do it, though. It might be doable if I could climb this and get above it. But realistically, I'm bringing the heavier crane around to do it. No, actually, I could probably do that. That'll be okay. I thought it was farther over from this ledge. Okay, so let's be a little bit careful over here. Too much, too much, too much? Okay. Step one. Get you out of here. Alright, so we got that one done. Now the big question is this one over here. So I'm going to try to do, since we don't know the route there and I don't see an obvious one, I'm going to try and creep along the cable as, or the pipe as best we can. Because it looks like there's a bunch of chasms through there. So my hope is that we creep along this pipe. Be able to find a place to cross over. Ooh, actually, there's a dirt road right along it. Let's see if we can't just follow this dirt road, because that would be the easy answer. And that one is one of the pipes we're actually needing to do for this quest. Or mission, or whatever it is. Gotcha. Okay, so I see the issue here. Okay. So if I could sneak around the back of this building, I could probably follow those pipes. get to our straight on the gap. Just muscle our way over. Okay, so we got a rock formation on this side. And it's mostly smooth on the other side. So let's see if I can't drive over the pipe here. Get perpendicular to it and just go right on over. Yep, and it looks like I could probably cross in between these rocks over here. And then right on down here. All right. Cool. Prepare the main geyser station for suspension. So I'll need 15 steel, I'll need 10 wood, and all that. You're gonna pay me a ridiculous amount for all of it, so I have a pretty strong feeling that, yeah, you're having me grab resources from pretty much everywhere on the map, bringing a lot of steel and wood and everything like that. So I have a pretty strong sneaking suspicion that this is the last mission for the map. This feels like a big do all the things. Or it could be that there's like 2-3 phases to this. Let's see if I can't back down into here, because I need the steel beams. Go. Just had to inch ourselves off of there. And with everything we're going to be moving, I definitely feel like this is one of those ones that we use that transport vehicle. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because then we can just drive on over there and, you know, transport what we need. Ooh, can I take you? Whatever you are, big container looking thing? No. No, I cannot.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So there's a tractor. That's worth a decent amount of steel. I already have the logs. Grab the double head. So there's six of the steel beams we need. I've got 4 in storage. Alright. I know there are 2 car wrecks up top over there. Not seeing any really good stuff up here. I picked up the tractor from over there we saw earlier. Yeah, there should be 2 car wrecks over here and or truck wrecks or whatever. 2 vehicle wrecks. And one of them is one of the big vehicles, like the SnowRunner style heavy vehicles. Actually, it looks like they both are. So those should be pretty good if I can manage to drag them with me. Alright, and counterbalance ourselves on the other side with the actual wreck. Good enough. Ooh, that violently went forward to the side. I'm glad we had those anchors down. Yeah, it's the same thing we ran into last time. We were able to move it very easily, and then suddenly it almost acted like it gained weight. We had that once or twice, and I'm not sure what causes it. Honestly, I wonder if it'd be better... One second. Alright, that's definitely not better. Sometimes we've been able to drag stuff and have it be really good for the practice. Alright. So let's bring it back up front. Actually, you know what might work? It's probably a terrible idea. Hi, chair. Don't break, please. Okay. There we go. Probably a bad idea, but... There we go. We are very top heavy. Try and not go through the deepest part of the mud. Alright. Okay, so I still need one more steel bar worth of scrap. Because I need 11, because I've already got 4 in storage. I mean, technically I can get away with this. Because it's only worth like a fifth of one, but I almost have another bar's worth. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Dead? Shouldn't be dead. You saying the stream is down? No, the blip. Okay. Yeah, just checking. Oh, gotcha. Cool, cool. Yeah, because OBS and everything never even recognized the stream as going down, so I'm guessing it was just something like Twitch ingest server had a moment or something like that. Because if it was on my end between me and Twitch, most likely we'd have had some like regular issues. Or OBS would have been like, okay, connection dropped, yada yada. But I don't have a single drop frame for the stream. Alright. Get these all loaded. Then get them to one of the bases to drop them into storage. And I know those last three aren't going to quite be in range, so I have to reposition, but that's okay. All right. Okay, so the nearest base or place to drop them off. So that's to pick up stuff, that's to pick up stuff. Do we have a base down here? Yeah, so that'll be perfect. So we can go down here to drop off at this base, pick up whatever that is while we're down there, and that'll be great. Alright, so let's go drop all of these off at our base, grab the object to be delivered, and with that I'll have enough steel beams and wood for our objectives. We can grab this thing down to the south. We can then loop back from there, like bring it up where it needs to go. No, that's right. I have to turn left here. Then I turn right after we get back to like this other road. Yeah, so you can grab this one thing down here, get it into position. We get all the way to the area up there, grab those two things, bring them down. Get the crawler that I can spit out resources with, that I have in storage. Drive it up to where our objective is. Plunk it down, spit out the resources, bring the resources to their designated spots. And then that'll be that one done. The big question is these things that we're moving, the objects, how big they are. Because one big object the mule can handle, but we go up there and it's like 2 transformers or something like that. Like, if it's a short drive, maybe. But we've done that before. Like I've done a number of transformers in the mule, but doing 2 I tried to do once and it was just really hard to manage because they're just so tall you can't really. Like, you can't really move it because you have to extend the arm too far, and then it lowers because it's too much torque on the arm, so it pulls it back to the ground, and there's just not really a happy balance you can reach. Okay, yeah, I got dirt roads there. Alright. And we go wide, I get the dirt road to cross. We need to go to the base first, then to the package. We gotta drop off all this steel. I imagine at this point, my most used vehicle in the game probably is the mule. When I think about it. Because, like, sure, I use the big crane a lot. You know, the bulldozer and the, stuff for dropping off the sand. But even then, like, if only on this map have I used the big sand, like the DLC sand, dump truck. Prior to that, I deliberately didn't get the DLC sand dump truck until, like, the very last thing as far as dump trucks go. Just because, you know, I want to make sure doing that. You know, it's disappointing we never got an upgrade option for the mule. There's 3 different mules you can get. Keep in mind, this isn't a game where you upgrade most of your vehicles. You get just replacement vehicles. If you mean like a different vehicle for this purpose, we did get a couple different vehicles that are like storage with crane. But honestly, none of them fit. Like they're the crane for like picking up rocks or, you know, that kind of stuff. The mule does have like a sweet spot it hits that kind of it only hits. All right. So now we are heading up to where? The geothermal plant. So honestly, probably follow the roads in the south and cut up the middle. Yeah, no, definitely, it would be nice to get that, but I mean, keeping in mind this is the base game, no DLC or anything like that, only the initial starting maps. If we think about, like, SnowRunner as our equivalent, a lot of, like, the more interesting vehicles, we usually didn't get much in the way of, you know, alternative versions of vehicles to accept for stuff until later on. Like, you had your heavy truck, like your heavy truck and your highway trucks that you got a couple of options. But a lot of those options, like the wide range of those, didn't come till later. They, you know, they added more maps and all that, added extra vehicles, lots of DLC stuff. At least that's, I think, the impression I'm under. I got in pretty late, so I didn't see the initial set of vehicles we got the choice of. So like I said, I'm going to take this road all the way to the west. Because the place we're going is middle west side. And I don't have a good road to cut straight there. But we can go from the west side and then head north and take that. All right. It'll be interesting going back to SnowRunner after playing a lot of RoadCraft and just seeing how much different it feels. Because like with RoadCraft now, you kind of look at each problem and be like, okay, well, how can I make this better? And then SnowRunner, you're just kind of like, how can I? You don't get the choice to make this better. That's not an option we entertain here. Yeah, so I can drive that almost straight up. Yeah. So I follow this, it'll go to a dirt road. And then at the town, we cut to the west. That should take it to the geothermal. And then I gotta get to those 2 packages to the north, and we'll have to see what those are, if it's something I should send the mule, or send something that can call a little bit more, but doesn't have crane. It's saying throughout the game, you get to unlock better trucks as we level up. We can buy the mule right away, and you never get a better one. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. Like, it would be nice to have another vehicle that has this style of crane. Because it seems like what happens is the mule is kind of your Swiss Army knife. You can do a little bit of everything when it comes to that. But when it comes to later on, you get just either bigger cranes, which are better at being cranes, or you get better cargo vehicles that are better at being cargo vehicles. Or you get like the specialized one, which is, you know, the crane with the claw hand on it. And then more cargo than this has, but you don't really get anything else that's a nice kind of balance vehicle. Alright, so I need to turn here. So I definitely agree with like that whole thing, that like the mule just has this nice kind of jack of all trades thing going for it. Where it's not particularly great at any of the things, but being able to do all the things makes it pretty great. I do wonder though if we got a jack of all trades kind of vehicle that was better. So like a mid to late game mule. Like, if you got that, would it just kind of make all, like, other than special situations, all the other cranes and that kind of meaningless? Because I could very easily see it going that way. Alright, so we're definitely getting another package this size. Oh yeah, so it looks like we're getting 3 things of the same size. Way closer to those. There we go. Alright. So, the other 2 are over here, and they're going to be the same size. I could definitely put one in the back of the mule without too much difficulty. Oh, you happen to be right here? That'll work. I don't want to deal with it. We're just gonna make it work with the mule. Because that thing already I have to roll up with a crane or something and pick it up, and then I'll have to have the crane on the other side. I think I might be able to get away with tossing one of the crates in the back, put the other crate in the front. That'll then let me leave the mule up there. Then we can get the thing that lets me access my warehouse pretty much anywhere, drive that up there. And I'll do my best to have it so it puts the stuff directly into the area they need to be. But I'll have the mule there so anyone that are outside, we can just use the crane to kind of drag it into position. So the upgrade version doesn't need to be OP. You could simply have a little bit more cargo, slightly faster. Wouldn't need to replace trucks. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. It'd be nice to have something that has like some advantage. I think though, even with like the upgraded cargo, for example, you get the Greenway or whatever it's called. And the Greenway, the cargo is about like 1.25 or 1.5 times the length of the mule, and doesn't have a crane and all that. So it kind of feels like one of those things that, you know, what's the room for upgrading the cargo between just giving you the Greenway and, you know, that. Like it feels like if we actually look at the different categories real fast. If we go up here, so we have like our cargo stuff. So you've got like the Greenway here. It's got a bit more cargo than the mule. It's not hugely more. That one's got, you know, a bit more, and it also has the big shovel on the front. That's another one. So it seems like for cargo, if you give it even a tiny bit, like if you get one that has a crane that has a little bit more cargo, suddenly all of these ones up here, for the most part, other than this one, which is kind of a side grade, become obsolete. So it's just kind of one of those things that, honestly, I could have done away, like they could have gotten rid of a bunch of those cargo vehicles, because very genuinely, a bunch of those I used one time and went, okay, but it's not as good as the mule. Like the mule having the crane, I'll just use the mule. So I don't think it's actually that big a deal. I think the idea is the mule is your jack of all trades, but if you want to do better at anything specific, you gotta choose a different vehicle. Now, it does suck that generally, because it's the jack of all trades, it just kind of outperforms that. So maybe the answer is that we get the mule later, but then I feel like that would just get kind of annoying, having to drive back and forth the crane all the time. It does suck, though, that we get the vehicle at the start, and, you know, by and large, so many of the other cargo vehicles, other than, again, specialized conditions and all that, just aren't kind of worth using. Because having the crane, I can carry both of these, and that already makes it better than all but like 2 of the cargo vehicles, other than like the big heavy one, which then you gotta worry about center highing. That kind of stuff happens in sim games a lot, where you'll have stuff that are supposedly all balanced and all considered and all that, but when you really start doing the numbers and whatnot, you kind of come to realize that there is objectively this one's better than the others, because it's kind of pretty good at everything. But honestly, I know a lot of people would be upset if there was way less vehicles in the game. For me, they could have cut the number of vehicles down incredibly, just gave us a heavy crane, the mule, like the big semi, one larger cargo but no crane vehicle, and then just eliminate all the others, and it wouldn't have really changed the way I played the game at all when it comes to these. Because I just found I didn't, for the most part, use, like, the only time I used the If we never got the second heavy crane, I probably would have been fine and not have minded. It is better, because it has a longer arm. But the other heavy crane did fill the need. But there's a progression here. I feel like the dump trucks had more progress, or sorry, the bulldozers had more progression to them. That said, all of the cargo vehicles with the bulldozer front, I never found that bulldozer front useful on them. I think the idea was they push junk out of the way when you're crossing areas. I don't think we cross. Yeah, we don't go there. We go down across the bridge. It's a tricky thing. Like, the dump trucks mostly felt like they had purpose. My only complaint there is, so I have the edition that came with the DLC. So obviously I have the DLC dump truck, which I deliberately delayed to last so I could try them all. And the not DLC dump truck all felt like they had a place. But the moment you got the DLC dump truck, you kind of just shrugged, and there was no reason to use any of the other dump trucks, other than you had the dump truck someplace else and you didn't want to move it for some reason. Alright. I can put these two in place, and then I just need to... Let's see, personally felt that all the vehicles had a winch and the ability to tow each other. You'd be using more variety of trucks. Right, but then that kind of takes away one of the main few uses for the scouts. I think, honestly, it was a good choice to take the winch away from all of the vehicles. Because that was kind of always the meme with SnowRunner, is rather than figure out how to actually improve, like, get the better vehicle, all that stuff, you could just muscle your way through a lot of the winch. Not everything. And I feel like with the winch, a level like this, you would probably just winch your way to victory versus actually fixing the road in a lot of cases. Or at least some people would. Not you individually. So I actually think taking the winch away from a bunch of the vehicles, in my opinion, was a good choice. Because it gave the scouts a purpose with that. Other than the exploration, which they already had. Alright, so let's go here to the vehicle that we were using for cargo. I think it was up here by... Where's my pipe? Yeah, there you are. Yeah, no, I get the idea. Having the cargo vehicles with the winch gives you a thing. I just think it's one of those things that's tricky when it comes to, like, game balance, of having a variety of stuff in a game like this. Of having a bunch of different cargo vehicles that there isn't just correct decisions for certain situations. Not unless you put some type of hard limit that says, like, okay, this vehicle is only allowed to carry metal equipment, or this vehicle is only allowed to carry concrete or whatever. Unless you put arbitrary limits like that. I don't see, like, there's going to be vehicles that are just better at stuff. Or unless they, you know, make fictitious vehicles where they're like, okay, this vehicle is super duper good at climbing everything but has slightly smaller cargo. This vehicle is your all-arounder but is not really amazing at anything. This vehicle has really good cargo. Well, I mean, they have that with the Wayfarer, but the Wayfarer, it's just so terrible at climbing, it makes it unusable. Which is the way I feel about a lot of the highway vehicles in SnowRunner as well, is like a lot of the highway vehicles, unless you put a fortune into upgrading them, they just really suck to drive in anything but perfect roads. And SnowRunner doesn't believe in perfect roads. So, for me, it's like the highway vehicle category in SnowRunner I mostly leave alone. They technically get better gas mileage, I just find the first time one gets stuck in the mud, you lose all that benefit of gas mileage. Then I'd rather just use a heavy vehicle or something like that instead. Yeah, it's like technically on paper, if you're smart about using them, you can use them for like fuel or service vehicles, and they're very fuel efficient. But they're not so fuel efficient to make up for any snafus in driving. You just gobble up all that benefit, and you're far more likely to get into a snafu using the highway vehicle. So my hope here is, I believe the back car there is the output. And I'm hoping I can line that output to go directly in here. It's big enough I can make it all line up. Okay, so I'm too close. Because I have learned if it's physically obstructed, they won't appear. Alright, so I'm probably going to have to sit there and get the mule and drag them in. It could also be just the way that thing is, it's not letting me put those spots on it. But even have to sit there and just use the crane and just drag them in one by one. Okay, so that's looking like the best we're going to do. So we will switch over to the mule. I'm going to drag it over here. And actually, that might be in the way. What I'm thinking is there's the input-output kind of places on it. I'm thinking that I want to make sure that the output, I don't have a reason to drag what I need across the input. Why are you being so finicky about making those things appear? Okay, that'll have to do. Alright, so, with that, we can go 1. No free space to spawn resource. Alright, let's just get the heck over here where we've got space to work. Because then what I can do is I can just drag them all in here. No, I haven't finished all the DLC. That's what, speaking more like early game SnowRunner, that you can get around a lot of things that are supposed to be really hard. Like you're supposed to like learn, oh, I need a vehicle upgrade or a better vehicle or that kind of thing to get through this. But you can just muscle your way through with a winch and enough patience. Later on, they do stuff where you have areas where it's like you're crossing a river and there's just nothing to winch to. You either got it or you don't. Okay. So let's try that now. But yeah, when it comes to DLC, that's fine when you're at the DLC point. Okay, so we'll start with the logs. But also, we're talking a lot of this stuff. Base game is what matters the most. Is that not in? Alright, that's pretty annoying. I can probably make that work by just lifting higher. Because then if we are comparing again to like this game, for example, there is no DLC yet so far as like actual maps or anything. Because that'll be curious is when we get the DLC and all that in this game. Will we end up having a bunch of like super sweaty maps? Like where do they take us next? Honestly, if it wasn't for this already here, this might have been a better job for the bulldozer. Nah, actually, not really. Every time I try to use the bulldozer and move stuff like this around, it just ends up being a thing where it just rolls over the top of them again and again because it gets in like the tiniest little divot. And I spend forever messing with that. Yeah, I know later on, SnowRunner, not only do they balance it around you having all your vehicle upgrades, because that's kind of the big thing, is by the time you reach the DLC maps, the assumption is you're going to have your vehicle upgrades, you're going to have, like, not counting DLC vehicles, whatever the best vehicles are that you can get a hold of, like, they're meant for you to be very end game. I think for the last three, I'm gonna have to go over there. Alright. Yeah, so that's like one of the things with SnowRunner I think actually hurts you at the beginning of the game. Is, you know, you get to those ones where you have to like go to the factory, get your stuff, whatever. And the idea with some of those, when you start getting like the heavier payloads, like the steel plates and all that, or the steel bars and all, you gotta drag over that mountain pass and whatnot, that you're expected to try and get like better wheels, better engine, better vehicle, like something to help you out. But because there's so much stuff you can kind of winch to on that area, you can ignore all that and make it work by just spamming the winch. And I think that kind of sets you up into trouble. Yeah, no, I get nowadays it's fair to say that, but anytime you talk about the game and like initial balance decisions, you're always talking base game. DLC comes later. But like I said, DLC is balanced in my mind to you've basically beaten the base game or have gotten extremely far in it to the point you've got most of your stuff. And then they're also trying to, again, make it a little bit harder for the people who did get that far. But I think it'd be disingenuous to be like, oh, well, you know, only, like, the DLC is the real game, the base game isn't really because I would imagine for like a very large number of players, you know, they're just never going to be playing. They're going to be playing like all the DLC stuff because they'll be still trying to work through the base game, and maybe not they make it through. Honestly, for this, I'm probably better off just loading it on the back of the truck and then just moving over, because I can load the truck reliably. I just putting the arm in position. That one that we're on is not going to load correctly. I actually wonder if being up at this angle will cause the whole strategy to not work or not. But yeah, no, I do agree that as far as raw numbers, most of the content is DLC now. But I'm willing to bet if we look at the stats, Michigan's the most played map at any given time. I don't think they share those stats. And the only reason for that is it's the first mission. But I would guess all the not DLC maps are the most played maps, you know, currently and historically. And even then, some of those not DLC maps, they still do have places that you can't just winch your way to victory. As I mentioned, you'll have places where you go to cross a river, there's some rocks and water and mud, and not a thing to winch to anywhere nearby. So your vehicle's either capable of doing it or it's not. There's not a whole lot you can do beyond, you know, turning on diff lock, turning on four-wheel drive, and then just not getting yourself snagged on a rock. Everything else is just the vehicle either's got enough to do it, or you're going to come up short. But even then, that's not necessarily true, because you can get a second vehicle in there, and there's some fun winch abuse you can do to screw with the physics to get vehicles that have no business crossing certain things and get them to work anyways. And I don't just mean towing a vehicle either. The whole thing's where you can kind of wiggle vehicles free of mud and all that. Or like where you put stuff at maximum winch length to get a much higher amount of horsepower just because of the way it calculates the physics. Which isn't me complaining about SnowRunner. But my comment is more just, I do feel like giving a winch to everything, while for SnowRunner made sense, I'm actually glad it's not in this. Because, like, honestly, in a lot of ones, I would just use a vehicle with the highest horsepower and just winch and drag stuff behind. Because we actually use the crane as a winch a number of times for moving stuff. Just dragged it behind us, as opposed to waiting for some type of cargo. Because one of the comments I actually made at the time, too, is that it almost felt like... Oh, I didn't attach. It might be worth, it might even be worth nerfing the heavy crane. It's just, there wasn't a good way to nerf the heavy crane that didn't just make it utterly useless from what I was seeing. Yeah, no, it's, my wording was probably not good wording. It was more that the winch in SnowRunner, like the early game and all that, where you're supposed to upgrade your vehicle and all that kind of stuff, you can use the winch to bypass that, but it doesn't, it's not a thing that feels good. It makes the game very frustrating and hard to play. Because you sit there and just go like tree to tree to tree and back and forth. But yeah, even base game, little thing. Alright, so with that we should have all 15 steel bars in here. And we are heavy enough that we really want to try to move forward. Alright. Okay. I guess I was expecting a little bit more repair. Okay, well, I guess that was the last mission. That said, we do have some side missions I haven't done.
Looks like we're all done here, don't it? Not sure about you, but I am definitely requesting that vacation. This time we definitely earned it. Wait a minute. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? What was that truck doing there, huh? And why hightail it like that? I knew it. I just checked the hot springs telemetry, and it looks like the station's black box isn't there. I bet someone doesn't want a proper investigation of the incident real bad. Well, they crossed the wrong people here.
New main objective, the plot thickens. Okay, so it's not actually... Let's see. Weird. So we rolled credits, and then during the roll credits... Oh, I happen to have my vehicle up there. That's actually perfect. Oh, it's not perfect, because we were testing to see if anything happened with the geyser. So I do have a vehicle right there. It's also completely submerged in a geyser. Never mind. Let me go ahead and recall it. We did that earlier on the stream where it's like, okay, well, I've looked at what I wanted to look at up here. And it's like, let's go see if the geyser does anything. But that was kind of interesting that we finished all the objectives, it rolled credits. And granted, I feel like the way she delivered it didn't really sell it as well, and that's just voice acting stuff. But the whole gimmick of this map is almost all the other maps in the past were natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, hurricanes, yada yada. And then this map was basically, you know, criminal negligence, industrial shorthand. It was a company that's got a long reputation of cutting corners and all that. Did what its long reputation is at a geothermal vent and caused the whole thing to collapse. I also don't think there's a black box in a building that records everything that you just steal the black box and run away. Perhaps my understanding how all this stuff works is wrong. I just don't see it like a... Because the whole point of having like a black box is so if you have like a helicopter and it goes down, the idea is you have this hardened black box, it's recording all the telemetry and all that sort of stuff, so that after the fact, because, you know, when a helicopter goes down, they tend not to have that many survivors. You can kind of go back and see, like, what happened. You know, was there some failure? Did the pilot suddenly do something ridiculous? Like, what can we figure out? It doesn't mean you necessarily get the answers. They only have so many sensors and whatnot, but you can get a pretty good idea. And it's also something they put in, like, planes and a bunch of other things as well. A lot of military tech has black boxes, too. But just randomly having, you know, a black box that records stuff here is kind of a weird thing. But for all this, sure. Okay, so is it just north of this area? It is. Right, we're probably best off going around to the side and then cutting across where we saw earlier. It felt weird that we were rolling credits and it didn't even change the music or anything. Because that was the reason I was kind of head scratching when it's like roll credits. I'm like, oh, we didn't like do a proper like fade to black. There was no like music. There was nothing else. It's just their credits start going by. Sure, I guess. Yeah, so it looks like you can cross here safely. Yeah, so you look here, there's no symbols that imply we just sink, and it's fine. So I feel like I like this depth scanner, but it really undermines its value when half the time it says you can't, like, it doesn't even give you a response, and yet you still have it. It's also interesting that they would supposedly start driving off now. You know, versus while everything's going on and you're doing all the work, just kind of, you know, take it. Okay, so we're not actually in the zone yet. I think I see it right there, turned sideways in the mud. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's just a rock. This was this rock over here that from a distance looked like the back of a pickup truck sticking out of the water. Okay, there's a tree knocked down over there. More wood over there. Alright, let's get back down off of this rock. Cut across the other side. And we still have some secondary / side objectives we haven't done. Now, sometimes they like to put these objectives right by the edge of the map, or like by the edge of this area. It's not at all centered. Like, a lot of them, they even make it where you have to drive outside of the area and back in. It doesn't look like that's going to be one with this case. It's just a big open area. I'm guessing it's just in the muck here somewhere. I'm assuming we'll see, like, the back of the pickup truck or something.
So, it looks like Lady Luck herself is on our side this time. That truck didn't get too far, and the black box is still inside. Serves them right, I say. We still have to fish it out of the drink, though.
Okay, I guess the pickup truck made it out of here. Alright. And no problem, we're going to handle the black box appropriately for the importance of making sure we can uncover this, you know, this shady industrial being stuff. Okay, that's the... Oh, we can just go around to like 2 inches to the right. I still think the best was way earlier we had an ancient artifact we did this with. You're just watching this artifact like pinwheel across the ground as it hits rocks and is making all sorts of awful noises. Like, yep. Priceless, irreplaceable artifact, one of a kind, could hold information long since lost to time. It's fine. The metal bang is the sound of progress. Because we can't make a metal bang unless we're moving forward. That's right, Black Box. I'll race ya. Okay. Yeah, we go the right a little. I can just go down the hill onto our road we made. And drive straight over to where we need to be. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we can just go ahead and to the right. And bear with me just a moment, because people are stuck in an ad break. So I'd rather not turn this in case there's any more cinematics. There's only like 30-40 seconds left till the ad break's over. We're just gonna give them a quick chance to get out of that. Normally I don't end up waiting too much for like ad breaks and that kind of stuff, because most of the time stuff I'm doing isn't that relevant. But I do feel like literally finishing the game and then potentially rolling final credits or whatever feels like the kind of thing to wait on. Versus like when we're playing RimWorld or something like that, where unless there's like a big raid that happens, usually just let it run, because sure, they're gonna miss where the people moved around. But we'll get that. Yeah, no, having that weird like little bit of story thing happen there is like, wait, what? There's this, you know, I know we went to disastered places and that's the setup, but like actual story, hang on. And that's when you have like a full cinematic voiced sequence that fills in all the backstory about the, you know, the company and corruption between multiple companies, like this whole like 15-minute like exposition. You're like, what? I just need to get an angle where it'll pop into place, because it got stuck on that lip, otherwise it would have been good in the first one. Okay. So set you there. We'll drive to the other side of it, grab it with the winch, and pull it across. At least that's the plan. My luck, it's just going to immediately fly into the sky when it tries to get over that. Okay. So we've got it there. I had to choose a vehicle that's got like no bumper to speak of. I'm hoping I can just like barely nudge it without climbing it. Till it's in position. Investigate the thermal plant failure. The plot thickens.
I'm sorry, partner. They just took your catch, brought all the King's horses to take one little black box. You know, it's just too bad that I backed up all the contents from the black box. So I think now's a good time to go ahead with that plan. Besides, I could really use that vacation. a nice catch you have there. Looking at the data, I have no idea what it means yet. But how about we make it public? You know, like uploading it to a server or 20. Then releasing the password on a public forum, because whatever it is, it's going to lead to some inconvenient questions for some inconvenient people. And I don't know about you, but I love nothing more than making the bigwigs feel inconvenienced. What do you say? Oh, for crying out loud!
For crying out loud, what? Are they gonna interrupt it again? And I'm gonna have to, like, go rescue her or something? I don't imagine. So yeah, that was RoadCraft. Weird, like, story snag thing at the end. That was, like, not complaining about it, it's just, like, really kind of bizarre at that last little bit being like, oh, you got this exposition story thing to deal with. Because again, like all the other missions, it was, again, earthquake, you know, that kind of stuff. And then that very last mission was very company being crappy. Like cutting corners, not being safe, all that. Like, I think it would have been fine if there was story throughout the game, but there wasn't. It was weird to have, like, the little story at the end. Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I don't think it's, like, bad or anything. It just kind of came out of nowhere. Alright. Now, we still got a couple side missions left. There was 2 pipes to replace and a couple things to ship around, some artifacts to recover. So I'll probably work on that for at least until the end of stream, because we've only got about an hour till I normally wrap stream. That's actually not true. Oh no, I only have about 20 minutes till I normally end stream. Maybe disregard those things I was just saying. But yeah, so that's been RoadCraft. So overall, I very much enjoyed it. So if you take into consideration SnowRunner Expeditions and RoadCraft, I still kind of stand by that my comment I had at the beginning, which is it does seem like SnowRunner's the base game that they've been making forever. They're still updating, literally got a DLC last month. Expeditions was them experimenting with what if we changed the game. You know, people like taking, you know, the trucks and the SUVs and kind of doing the scouting, the map, all that, like the exploration. What if we made a game that was just the scouting part for like 90% of the game? And genuinely, it got kind of a mixed bag receipt. Like, part of it was it had some bugginess going on with it, and the other part of it is, while I really enjoyed it personally early on, narrowing it down to that little bit of focus, for me, the variety of content the lack of variety of content just didn't keep me engaged. Versus, like, you know, SnowRunner was that same exploration plus a bunch of other things. And then also, I really didn't like the expedition mechanic where you'd, like, go in with your person, that you'd choose your operative or whatever, and you'd bring a handful of resources that you're restricted to, go out and do stuff, and then you'd have to come back, and you either finished your objectives or you didn't, and then you'd do it again. For me, I'm like, just let me work on it. Don't make me do this back and forth nonsense. So that one, it's like, they did an experiment, and I know there are people who do love that game, but generally it wasn't as well received. Now, RoadCraft, I think, was another experiment on the regards of, you've got SnowRunner, it's brutal, it's about overcoming awful terrain and figuring out what upgrades to do and navigating the map and getting all that sorted. Whereas RoadCraft is entirely different in the regards to, you're not overcoming the bad map, you are fixing it. You are making it better. So you don't have that, you know, slogging through the mud just trying to manage to get to your next spot so you can get the other vehicle to get you fuel and all that. It's, no, this road sucks, we're fixing it. And so there's a very different approach, even though thematically it's the same thing. Disaster, hit an area, and recover it. In SnowRunner, it's, you haul crap. That's what you do. You haul crap from A to B. That's the entire game. Like, I'm oversimplifying it. You explore and you haul crap. That's the core game loop. You haul crap, you get paid, you get XP, you get better thing to haul crap better. RoadCraft, on the other hand, is just fixing infrastructure. All goals completed. The road ahead looks uncertain, maybe even daunting, but that's all part of the job. We take the heavy with hope, the duty with dignity, and the burden to bear. Our privilege to pursue what lies beyond. Alright. So yeah, so we look at what we've got left on the map, objective-wise, side objectives. I've got a bunch of these objectives, so yeah, I've got like some pipes to repair. I've got a bunch of artifacts to look for. You've got the village area. So I do have a bunch of side objectives. I don't think I'm going to worry about trying to do these all on stream, because it is those things that, like I said, today's normally my day off, and we're about 10 minutes from when I normally wrap up anyways. So first, like, I was just looking at my clock because I started a bit later than I normally would. I was like, oh, we got like an hour left. Yeah, we could knock this out even if it goes over an hour, but not 10 minutes. But yeah, so like I said, overall, I very much enjoyed this game. I never had to grind money, and if we look at it, I've got almost $200,000. I've never, like, we didn't even do all the side objectives on this map. We never had to grind money or anything like that. I don't know why that pulses up there, because it doesn't answer anything for me. I believe we have literally every vehicle in the game, unless they gave us a new vehicle after we finished, which I don't think they did, because it'd be weird for them to do that without at least, you know, giving you some indication of that happening. I thought there was an achievement for getting all the vehicles in the game, but I don't see any I'm missing. Yeah, no, that's all the vehicles. So we got literally all the vehicles. I'm sitting at almost 175,000. I've got 4 side missions at least left. We did max out our level a long time ago. I do really wish there was some kind of filtering here so I could see if I'm missing a vehicle or something like that. But with all that said, so you don't really need to worry about that. You can use that to go and buy stuff and all that. I am going to return to the hub and see what it says for the objectives here. My assumption will say, like, we're missing 4 side missions, but there might be more than that. And I do know there's an achievement for doing all side missions, but I very much enjoyed it. So that does mean, as far as tomorrow goes, we are done with RoadCraft for right now. Yeah, because I'm missing some side missions. It's saying 88%. Yeah, so I've got... Oh, there's 5 side missions. So one of those side missions is going to trigger another side mission. And these infrastructure requests complete. It's kind of annoying with that, because I have completed all the ones in all the last maps, but because they're not still active, a lot of them show as, like, not being done. I don't think that matters, but whatever. But yeah, no, it's been good. So I do think tomorrow's stream, there is a chance we will do Farming Simulator 25 to work on the dare drops. I might actually... Yeah, I'll probably do something sim. Like, I might mess with SnowRunner. I might do Farming Simulator 25. We'll figure it out when we get there. Because I am going to try and focus on the weekends doing some simulation games. And then during the week, we'll do, you know, other stuff. But I very much enjoyed this. The game's come out. And I've streamed this almost, just slightly not quite, but almost every single day because it came out. Because I very much have enjoyed it. I think it's excellent. I did buy the game. Because I did double check that, because it kept going back being like, I couldn't remember if I got it. I did buy the game, ultimately, and I shouldn't have, because I could have gotten a key for free. But, regardless, I bought the game. I don't regret the spend whatsoever. I've certainly got my money's worth. I look forward to seeing what the Rebuild expansion DLC is going to bring in here, because we definitely see that there's going to be more vehicles and that kind of stuff coming up. But with all that said, what is going to happen if you're watching over on YouTube? The stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host planned or ready, but thank you for hanging out. If you're over here on Twitch, though, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop a raid on. But like I said, I very much have enjoyed